Chapter 1. Trapped in an enemy village and surrounded by foes who would gladly kill her or do worse things to her on all sides, Sakura Haruno finds herself a helpless prisoner in Otogakure, unknown of what will happen to her. The only solace she may find is that of one who she is forced to wed, who also is unhappy with their predicament. A young girl with pink hair sat by herself in the cell, looking downtrodden. She was covered in dirt and grime as the room was poorly lit, leaving her in the dark. She was pale due to the lack of sunlight. Her outfit was ruffled up and dirty, and she knew she hadn't bathed in days since she had been captured as she slept on the cold ground. She ignored her stomach, which begged for food as she rarely had been given much to eat, just enough so she wouldn't starve to death. Days that felt like months, Sakura Haruno sat in the cell, peering through the bars of it. Lines and markings were on her arms to suppress her chakra and prevent her from using super strength to break free from her cell. But even if she could get free, she would be surrounded by hundreds of ninja who would kill and maim her without a thought or hesitation. She was a prisoner, a captive of Otogakure, the Hidden Sound Village, by Orochimaru the Snake Sannin, and traitor to Konoha, the Hidden Leaf Village. She was his prisoner, and she did not know what would be her fate here. She had heard the screams of prisoners and those who would be experimented on, and she had did everything could to shut them off. Who knows what horrors was experimented on. Sakura aimlessly drew in the dirt a picture of a face of a boy with spiky hair and markings on his cheeks. She almost smiled as he resembled that of Naruto Uzumaki, her teammate and best friend. "At least you're here with me in some way," she said with a sad smile as a tear formed in her eye. Sakura had been captured by the Sound Ninjas during a mission that had turned into a wild brawl between her team and them. She had fought well, using what her sensei Tsunade had taught her over the 3 years to increase her strength. But she had been knocked out and taken captive. She did not know what had happened to Naruto and the others, if they were alive or dead, or if she would ever see them again. Sakura sniffed a bit as she let the tears fall freely at what had happened. Freely crying at the feeling of hopelessness inside her body. She let the tears fall down her face as they slid down her cheeks and into the dirty ground of her cell. The door to her cell suddenly opened. Much to her surprise, she covered her face as the light was bright and stung her eyes. "Get her," a voice said, and she recognized it as one she hated. That of Kabuto Yakushi, Orochimaru's sycophant and second in command, who was his spy in Konoha for many years. 2 sound ninjas approached the cell and opened it and walked in. Sakura gasped as she saw one without caring at all, stepped on and destroyed the drawing of Naruto as she was grabbed by the shoulders and forced to her feet. Sakura struggled but didn't have the strength to fight back and was struck across the back of her head by one of them. "Enough," Kabuto said with a warning tone to them. "She is not to be harmed, bring her with us," he ordered, and they brought her forward. Sakura glared at Kabuto, who smirked amused at her as she was still defiant towards him. "Orochimaru-sama wishes to see you. Let her walk on her own, she won't try anything," he said to the men who let go of her. Without a choice, Sakura was forced to exit the cell and follow Kabuto as she was led. Scene change. A figure stood calmly in the room as he stared, as none other than the reviled snake Sannin Orochimaru sat calmly on his throne, which was made down to the arms to resemble a snake. He stood there, his arms folded, as he wore a white outfit and had white hair and 2 red dots on his forehead and a pair of stoic green eyes that stared ahead. Kimimaro Kaguya looked on at his master, who seemed to be in a jovial mood today. But no matter what type of mood Orochimaru was in, happy or upset, someone was likely to be in pain soon. It had been 3 years since Kimimaro had nearly died, and he believed he had against the Leaf Ninja and the unexpected appearance of the Suna Ninja as well. He had been mere inches away from impaling both of them through with his attack. 1 second and they would have been torn to shreds by his attack. By the disease, the illness that had plagued him for so long had seemingly took his life, killing him at the last moment before he could do it. Kimimaro had slumped over into a death-like state, passing on to the next world. Or so it was believed, as Orochimaru, a week after his new favorite had come, had ordered Kabuto to find his body. Kabuto had discovered him and saw that he wasn't dead, only in a comatose state. Orochimaru had ordered him brought back and for Kabuto to heal him, despite his protests that it would take months to do so. It had taken Kabuto over half a year, but he managed to heal Kimimaro of his disease and bring him back to the land of the living out of his coma so that he may serve his master again as a reward. In truth, the last of the Kaguya would have preferred death after what had happened. He saw that Orochimaru, the man he had served faithfully and zealously for most of his life, no longer cared about him as he had a new favorite now. The defector from the Leaf Village, Sasuke Uchiha. Kimimaro looked on as he had done his jobs and tasks for his master, which involved cutting down any Orochimaru wanted him to kill, but he had no heart in it anymore. Resenting his fate over what had happened as the man who had been more of a father to him than his own parent had deemed Kimimaro inefficient now and no longer necessary for him in use as a body. That he didn't need Shikatsumiyaku's Kekkei Genkai dead bone pulse, that which made Kimimaro one of the most dangerous ninja in all the elemental nations anymore, now that he had Sasuke and the Sharingan for him to have. Kimimaro frowned, thinking of the Uchiha who had defected from the Leaf and had come in and began training under Orochimaru to be given the power so he could kill his brother Itachi. Orochimaru spent most of his time anymore with him, rarely giving anyone else who worked under him a glance. As if they were all meaningless now. Kimimaro's cursed seal of earth no longer worked now. Apparently, it was the seal of heaven that mattered most. You should cheer up, Kimimaro-kun. Orochimaru said, amused as he watched his subordinate frowning. Today is a joyful day for you, a day I think you'll find most interesting. He told him, and Kimimaro stared at him, not understanding. Don't think I've forgotten about you, you still have a place for all you've done in me. I have something special arranged just for you. He said with that smile, which he often had on his face, before he did something horrible. The doors opened and Kimimaro looked and saw Kabuto enter, and with him, forced to follow him, was a girl. The girl who had been captured a week ago, and brought here. Kimimaro thought of her name, Sakura something. Presenting Sakura Haruno. Kabuto said with a smile as he stepped out of the way so Orochimaru could look at her. It's customary for visiting ninjas to kneel when in the presence of a Kage. Orochimaru said to her. You're no Kage. Sakura said in defiance as she glared at him. Although he called himself the Otokage, none of the other great villages allowed or accepted it. Sakura saw it as mockery of those who had obtained and worked to obtain that title, such as Sarutobi. Kukuku, Orochimaru said, cackling in amusement. A week in the cells with little food or water, and you still have defiance in the face of all odds. I like you, Sakura-chan. He said, teasing her, and Sakura, if looks could kill, would have turned him into nothing more than a pile of ash right now. Same with Kabuto as well, who was smirking. Sakura felt someone staring at her and she turned her head to look over at Kimimaro, who was looking on at her with little interest, emerald meat jade eyes as they made contact with one another. Sakura turned her head back to face Orochimaru as he was talking again. Today is a day of celebration, as I have a grand announcement that involves the both of you. He told Kimimaro and Sakura, who looked at him. Kimimaro with impassiveness, Sakura with open hatred. Kimimaro, it's been what, 10 years since your clan was destroyed? Orochimaru asked him. Yes. Master. Kimimaro said, as it had been that long since his entire family and clan was wiped out. I thought so, and Sakura, you are 15, correct, on the cusp of womanhood. No doubt many of my men would fancy you if they saw you after you've bathed. He said to her, and she glared harder at him as she had noticed many of the males around his compound leering at her. You should know that it's only because of my generosity that you have not been harmed by anyone. Thank you, Orochimaru. This place isn't the Ritz, but I've enjoyed my stay here, despite having to sleep on the dirt. Sakura said sarcastically, and Orochimaru cackled again, that which sent chills down her spine. Yes, a fine bride she shall make you, Kimimaro. What? Kimimaro said in surprise. What? Sakura said as her face turned into shock. This is what you wanted, isn't it, Kimimaro? Orochimaru said to him. To restore your clan, correct, she shall be the one to do it. Orochimaru, Kimimaro started to say, but was ignored. You two shall be wedded in 3 days, you will take Sakura as your wife, and you as your husband. He told them. Sakura had a look of horror on her face at his words. You shall be married, and you shall take her to your chambers and bed, and how they say do your marital deed. Orochimaru said with a grin. No, Sakura said in horror as what she heard. She was forced to be wed against her will to the person she had just met in the room? You will give her your seed, Orochimaru went on as both were shocked at what he was saying while Kabuto looked on in amusement at their reactions. And she will bear you a child or perhaps multiple children. And the Kaguya will be restored and the beginning of a new army of soldiers for me will be started once I have taken Sasuke's body. No! Sakura shouted in defiance. I won't do it, I'll never marry him. She shouted, tears pouring down her face at what she was facing. So sorry, my dear, Orochimaru mockingly comforted her, taking pleasure in her suffering. There is nothing to be done about it. You will marry him and you will provide me with future generations of soldiers. He said, narrowing his eyes dangerously. You monster! Please, I beg you. Sakura sobbed. Kimimaro could only stand there as he listened to Sakura cry her heart out. He looked over to her as she sank to her knees over her fate. She wasn't the only one who hated what was going to happen. Chapter 2. Why are you angry, Kimimaro? The figure in the cell said as he looked on as Kimimaro stood across from him outside it. The last of the Kaguya sharpening his bone sword, which since the weapons were always sharp when he pulled them out was enough of a hint that something was wrong. It's nothing, Jugo. Kimimaro told the prisoner who had been put in it so he wouldn't harm anyone else. You're lying, Kimimaro. Jugo told him playfully in a song-sung voice as he clung to the bars. Kimimaro rolled his eyes in annoyance. No point in hiding it, I am being married the day after tomorrow. He said to him. But aren't weddings supposed to be happy? How come you're upset? Jugo said in confusion. It's a wedding I am forced to take part in. I don't wish to marry the girl. How come? Is she ugly? No, she's pretty, I'll say that, but she as well as being forced to marry me against her will. Kimimaro explained to him of what had happened with him and Sakura Haruno. She doesn't want to marry me either, as she's a prisoner forced into it. We haven't even interacted with one another since Orochimaru announced that he is making us wed and expects us to conceive a child. Ooh, a baby. Jugo said with a smile. Can I see it? He asked hopefully. No, it'd be 9 months before the child would be born. He told him. Orochimaru is expecting me to rape her against her will to get her pregnant. I don't wish to harm her, she doesn't deserve this. Kimimaro said to him. But his word is final. Jugo said to him. He noticed that his friend didn't add Sama to his name as much anymore. Would you do it against a girl's will? He asked him as he continued to sharpen his sword, which could slice through a limb with ease. Take her when she doesn't want to be taken? Jugo didn't respond as he looked on at him. Kimimaro, can I come to the wedding? He asked hopefully. I am afraid with as many people who'd be there that they wouldn't want you there. Why? Jugo asked, getting upset. So in case something happens, and you have another bout, you wouldn't risk harming yourself and others. I can control it, Jugo claimed angrily, and his body started to change. Let me see your wedding, he said as he started to snarl. I shouldn't be in here, he said, grasping the bars, trying to tear them off. Jugo. Restrain yourself, Kimimaro said harshly, and he realized what he was doing and reverted back. Sorry, I hope your wedding is nice, Kimimaro, Jugo said and sat back down on his cot. Kimimaro looked at him. Jugo was the one person in Oto, and perhaps the world, he could consider a friend. And Kimimaro was the only person who could stop him when he went into one of his berserker rages. Jugo's body and affected head on him caused him to snap at times, and so he had to be confined in the cell to prevent him from harming anyone. Orochimaru used his body in his work with the cursed seals. Aside from Kimimaro, the only companion Jugo had was the mice that occasionally came into his cell as he was gentle with animals. Looking on, he said his goodbye and turned and exited the room. Scene change. Sakura stared out the window as she looked on at the village. How much different it was from Konoha. Konoha was a place of peace, where a person could walk through the streets with no worries or fear. She saw no one in the village of Oto outside Orochimaru's mansion and compound that housed his soldiers and experiments. The few she did were careful, as if expecting something to happen to them at any moment, as she noticed that many of them had hidden weapons. Sakura had been moved from her cell to a better and more furnished room with a cot, where she'd be staying at until the wedding, and she had been given food that was actually decent to eat as well, which she had taken, them telling her that they didn't want her to appear sick and thin for the wedding, and making sure she had eaten it. She had been allowed to go wherever she wished throughout the compound, but the lines were still on her arms, preventing her from using chakra, so if she tries anything she'd be unable to defend herself when they came after her. Her green eyes that had been so vibrant and full of life before had changed. They were now dull and unfeeling, as if the fire in them had been snuffed out, as she didn't feel any joy or happiness even when she tried to think of better times. Sakura had lost the will after what she had been told. Being told that she would wed Kimimaro Kaguya, a man she did not know or had ever seen before. She tried to recall what Rock Lee had said to her when he had gotten back, how he, during the failed mission to bring back Sasuke, had fought against a ninja who had the ability to use his own bones as weapon. He had told her in wild detail of their fight and how he nearly got skewered and had to enlist Gaara's help in it to battle him, and in the end they still had nearly been killed by him if not for the last moment he passed out. Sakura shuddered. Someone who could get past Gaara's defenses and nearly kill him, and she was going to have to marry him against her will. What kind of man was his like? Would he force her to do whatever he wanted? Make her against her will indulge in perverted acts for his own amusement and beat her if she refused? She did not know and didn't want to know. She just wanted to wake up from this nightmare and be back in the leaf with her friends. Damn it, move already! A voice shouted at her, surprising Sakura, and she whipped around as she turned to the source of the voice. Do you want me to run you over? The figure said to her in irritation. A red-headed female looked on at her with a scowl of irritation and annoyance. Sakura looked back at her as she was wearing a red shirt that matched her hair and long pants to cover her legs as well as a cap over her head. Sakura noticed first and foremost that she was seated in a wheelchair. Oh, it's you. You're the one Bone Boy is going to wed the day after tomorrow. The girl said to her. Who are you? Sakura asked, as she didn't recall seeing her before. Though she seemed vaguely familiar. My name's Tayuya, though I doubt you'd care. Few do anymore. The girl said to her. I remember you. You're the Uchiha's cheerleader. She said, recalling her. I was sent on the mission 3 years ago to bring the Uchiha prick here. Thanks to that pineapple-haired jackass and that blonde slut I am now like this. She sourly said, mentioning to her state of having to use a wheelchair if she wanted to go anywhere. Pineapple-haired? Sakura said in confusion, but quickly realized that she was talking about Shikamaru. Tayuya was still alive, but confined to a wheelchair now. He kept her alive to make use of her mind for tactics and strategy. But Orochimaru had ordered Kabuto not to restore her legs, leaving he unable to walk as punishment for failing to bring back Sasuke in the time she had been told to bring him back. Tayuya, however, despite being crippled and no longer able to walk, was no easy target for anyone who'd thought she'd be, as she still possessed her flute. So you're the bride-to-be? Tayuya asked her as she rolled her chair over to her. Another one of his sick jokes, I suppose. She told her, and Sakura lowered her head. Sakura examined Tayuya's legs carefully. She saw they were damaged, but Tsunade could have healed them within a half hour, even Kabuto as well. Perhaps if she could have access to her chakra and medical abilities, even she could do it. Remove the damage done to them and restore her ability to walk. You seem miserable. Tayuya said to her, looking on at Sakura, who stared back at her eye to eye. You think I should be happy? Sakura asked her skeptically. No, but at least show some life. You look like a puppet that thinks it's damn real. Tayuya said to her. Kimimaro, what's he like? She asked her, and Tayuya winced as she remembered that he had told her he would kill her when she didn't return in time. 3 years. Kimimaro, he's a sticker for loyalty, and expects others to be the same like him. Or he was. She said to Sakura. When he got brought back from the dead by Kabuto and his disease removed and discovered, the asshole showed up, something seemed to have come over him. He's still dangerous, even more so now that he ain't knocking on hell's door anymore. But I can tell just by looking at him when he was told Orochimaru no longer desired him as a vessel, something overcame him. Kimamaro's whole life it seemed was to be his next body. She told Sakura, who mentally shuddered thinking of Orochimaru taking control of Sasuke's body. Possessing and using a person like that so he could cheat death and never age. Of the Sannin, Jiraiya was the only one who actually looked to be over 50. Tsunade had used genjutsu to cover herself and remain beautiful, while Orochimaru. He stole people's bodies, taking them as his own as if he was a parasite and they were a host. Working with Tsunade, she had read about insects who could infect and do that to other ones, and it sounded similar to what he did. Since that time, Kimimaro has mostly kept to himself, the bastard has. He doesn't seem to have no ambition of life of his own anymore. It's almost as if the past 3 years he's just been waiting for the day that he dies either in battle or if he gets another illness, as he knows Orochimaru no longer cares for him anymore. Sakura looked on as she was told about him, and pity found its way into her heart for a moment. He sounds miserable. She mentioned of how his life had been like now. Tayuya's features softened for a moment. Everyone's miserable here anymore. Word of advice, Sakura, she said softly to her, as one would a friend. Stay away from Karen, she's a complete bitch unlike myself. Sakura nodded her head at her. Try to enjoy your life here. Kimimaro, despite his clan's reputation and the zealously he had once for him, is one of the few people here who have some shreds of decency in him. He won't do anything to you, Tayuya said to her, and shifted her chair around and strolled away. Scene change. Ugh, this tastes awful, Naruto said as he spat out the cold food back into the bowl. It should you've been letting it sit there for a half hour before you even took a bite, a voice said, and Naruto turned to look at a bun-haired girl who was staring at him. Ten, how long have you been here? He asked in confusion. Long enough to see you stir that bowl more times than enough, she told the blonde boy. Sorry, I haven't had much of an appetite anymore, Naruto told her quietly. Not since Sakura, he said, thinking of his second missing teammate he had lost. It should have been an simple task. There was talk of sound ninjas being spotted near Wave, and Naruto and his team and Sensei had gone to investigate it. Sure enough, the sound ninjas were there, and a battle had broke out against them. Naruto had faced them numerous times before with Sakura and Kakashi, and they had always come out on top. This shouldn't have been any different at all. But something had gone wrong during it, as Kabuto had appeared during it, making things much more deadly as he used a jutsu to summon a creation of his that was a mixture of an ox with giant horns and tiger fangs and had a tail of a live snake on its back. Naruto had to rely on the fox's power in order to destroy the beast, defeating it, and had congratulated Kakashi and the others on what they had done, but to their surprise Sakura was not counted amongst them. They had looked for and called out their name. She along with others had been knocked away while fighting the beast, but she should have emerged unharmed and ready to go back home. But she never appeared despite looking for her, and they had came to the conclusion when Kakashi's dogs had picked up her scent but realized that it was mixed with several other scents including Kabuto's. She had been captured. I can't believe this, it's my fault. I should have kept an eye on her, he said bitterly, and Ten put her hand on his shoulder to comfort him. So busy on that monster I didn't notice what was going on and what had happened to her, he said, and banged his fist on the table. I am pathetic, Naruto said in disgust. Some great ninja Ive turned out to be your future Hokage, ladies and gentlemen. Ten removed her hand from his back, bringing it back, and whacked him upside the head with it, making him snap forward and knock his head against the counter. Ow! Geez! Naruto shouted, clutching his forehead as there was a bruise from it hitting the counter. What the heck you do that for? He shouted at Ten, who smiled. Finally some life, she said to him. I saw there was nothing else that was going to work, so I went with that. Sakura would have done the same thing to you if she saw you like that, the bun-haired girl told him, who glared at her. Naruto, you can't stew in your misery. What happened was an accident and not your fault, she said to him. But listen, do you want to believe she's dead? She asked him, and he was quiet. Of course not, he said solemnly. I still believe that Sakura is alive and well, I don't know where though or how to find her. Good, as long as you believe, then Sakura is still alive. Tenten told him. Everyone, you Ino Kakashi the Hokage, myself and others. We believe she's still alive and we're going to get her back no matter what from those sound creeps. Call it a promise. I am not that good with promises. Naruto solemnly said, thinking of ones he made before that didn't work out, and Tenten brought her hand back in a hitting motion again and Naruto quickly moved to duck. Oh, okay. I'll stop being an emo like Sasuke. Just don't whack me again. You'd better. Tenten said with a teasing smile. Now come on, quit sulking around. We've got work to do if we're going to find a way to get her back. Thanks, Tenten. Naruto said to her and left with her as he felt hope restored to him for the first time in days. Scene change. Orochimaru-sama, I must protest this. Kimimaro said as he was in his master's throne room. Orochimaru, who had just fed a mouse to one of his pet snakes, raised his head to look up at him. This wedding must not happen. Oh. Orochimaru asked, raising an eyebrow to him. Tell me, Kimimaro-kun, just why is it that you are not wanting this to happen? He asked him with mild amusement in his voice. Your attitude is most unbecoming of one who is getting wedded. As if you are unhappy with it. It's because of the girl, he said to him. She's too young. Kimimaro protested to him. She's still just a child. IVE had her tested by Aya, Orochimaru told him, referring to a person who he had used. Kimimaro turned his head and saw an old woman closer to 90 than 80 seated in the room. With stark snow-white hair and wrinkles covering her face and drooping eyes. Despite her fragile appearance, she had a factor about her that freaked most out. Orochimaru had, during when Sakura had been imprisoned, had Aya examine her. She has reached womanhood the past month, she is now ready and able to bear children. The old woman said. She can have and pass children through her body easily enough. She shall provide you with many sons. She said, her voice creaking almost like a bird. And many soldiers for me to have as well. Orochimaru said with a smirk as he looked on at Kimimaro. The wedding will go on the day after tomorrow, as planned. He said, and noticed Kimimaro frowning. Kimimaro-kun, just why is it that you are against this? I believe this is the first time you've ever protested my orders. This is a new yet unwelcome development from you. He said, narrowing his eyes, as Kimimaro had always been obedient to a fault with him, no matter what. Even when he was seemingly about to die, he had gone on to bring Sasuke to him. Think of the girl as a conquest, Aya mentioned as she coughed in her chair. The Kaguyas were always proud of their conquest and victories. She said, smiling a crooked smile, and Kimimaro looked at her with quiet disgust. That is a brilliant idea, Aya, Orochimaru said with a cackle. Just imagine her as another foe you have to defeat only in the bedroom instead of in battle. He said with his trademark laugh. There will be no further arguments about this, Kimimaro. The wedding shall go as planned. Is that clear? Yes, Orochimaru-sama. Kimimaro said and turned and walked away. Scene change. What? A wedding? What is the meaning of this? A voice said as he had returned from a week-long trip by himself and had been told the news. What joke is he getting at this time? He said to the silver-haired medic. Patient Sasuke Kabuto told the person who had returned. Orochimaru-sama has announced that Kimimaro is going to be wedded with one of the prisoners and made his bride. He said to Sasuke, who looked on at him with mild surprise in his eyes. So that the Kaguya clan can be reborn. Kimimaro? Sasuke repeated, thinking of the Kaguya Orochimaru's other lapdog like Kabuto was. Sasuke during his time here had been made to work and train with Kimimaro, and Sasuke had never beaten him when it came to sword fighting or taijutsu, much to his irritation, as a healthy Kimimaro was nigh unbeatable. Why is he letting him bed one of the prisoners of his experiments? Just have him go find a girl. There'd be better for him than a starved, half-mad loon. I'd wanted to wait, but I suppose I must tell you now. Kabuto said with a shrug. The girl he is marrying is Sakura Haruno, the new prisoner since you was gone? What? Sasuke said in shock and surprise at the news of the girl who was once his teammate was here. He thought back to when he last saw her at Grass Country and had dismissed her in Naruto. Where is she? He demanded to know. Sasuke, I know you're intrigued, but for now Kabuto wasn't hurt as Sasuke walked off, not listening to a word he said. Sasuke Uchiha could not believe what he had just heard and he immediately stomped his way through the compound looking for her. Ignoring anyone who got in his way and shoving past them without saying anything. He looked and spotted a pink-haired girl seated by the window, a tiny bird in her hand, gently stroking it with a finger. Sakura! He called out after a few seconds of watching, and the bird flew off at the sound of his voice, and Sakura startled turned and pulled herself up. Sasuke? She said in surprise upon seeing him as this was the first time the two had been alone together in years. What are you doing here? He said to her looking on at her. For a moment he thought about hitting her as if thinking it was another one of Orochimaru's Genjutsu tricks he enjoyed using on him, showing people of his past. Telling him to cast the bonds of his past aside and forget about them as they would only hold him back and prevent him achieving what he desired as he could not have any distractions. But as he looked at her, he realized that she was the real thing. This was no Bushin or Genjutsu. Sakura Haruno was here in the flesh. Sakura looked on at him, staring at him. She looked at his eyes, and hoped to see the boy she had believed she wanted to spend her life with. But just like in Grass, she saw a completely different person who was far different than the one she knew. I am forced to be here, Sakura told him. I was captured and brought here. She said solemnly. Sasuke stared hard at her. I heard about what's happened. Do you have a thing for those who are the last of their clans? Is that why you chased after me? Sakura looked at him, shocked at what he said. I didn't ask for this, Sasuke. I am forced to marry Kimimaro. I never wanted to marry him. She was about to say she had wanted to marry him at one time, but stopped herself. Sasuke stared at her for a long moment before shaking his head as if he heard her unspoken words. Still naive and weak. He said and turned and walked away. How long before the dope Naruto will be here as well? He wondered out loud as he left. Sakura watched him leave and disappear down the hall when a voice was heard. That was unpleasant. A voice said, and Sakura said a red-headed girl wearing a purple and black outfit with glasses walked towards her. You poor thing. She said softly to her. Who are you? Sakura asked the girl. You can call me Karen. Karen? Sakura said and remembered what Tayuya had told her. Telling her to stay away from her. Yes, the girl told her with a smile. I see you're still getting accustomed to being here. She said to Sakura. Are you getting ready for your wedding? She asked her gently. Sakura didn't respond to her as it seemed everyone here knew about what was happening. In the walls of this place you are safe so long as you aren't in the dungeons or his labs you'll be unharmed. Karen told her assuringly with a comforting tone of voice. Keep a low profile and Orochimaru and Kabuto won't think about using you in what they do after Kimimaro grows bored of you. She said to her. Since it said you're a medic, you'll likely won't be used in any harsh means unless for when they are flooded with wounded. Sakura looked on at Karen, whose smile suddenly seemed less pleasant. However, I'll give you a fair warning. She said to her. One you should listen to very well and never forget. Involving Sasuke, I'll tell you now. Karen said to her, and her voice became more unpleasant and her eyes threatening towards her. If you try anything at all with Sasuke, I'll see to it you're murdered in your sleep. He is mine now, and he'll never be yours. Karen told her, threatening to kill her. I hope we'll be friends. She said pleasantly and walked away, leaving her there. Sakura all alone did not let the tears emerge or fall down her face, as it would do her no good. Chapter 3. Water ran over the skin of the girl seated in the hot bath as steam filled the room. The women in the room with the girl seated carefully washing and scrubbing her body as they bathed her. Normally Sakura, who was fully naked as she sat in it if she was at a spring, would feel like she was in heaven right now, but she felt more like she was in hell at what was happening as she quietly sat in the pool of water. The handmaidens were careful with their work, delicately washing her entire body with sponges and cloths so to remove any dirt or markings on her body. Their hands were soft and gentle to her as they rubbed soap on her body and washed her hair, which she had in a bun style like Enko Madarashi would have had as she was bathed. Today was the day Sakura knew. The day she was to be married. The day she had dreamt about all her life, that which had been turned into a nightmare. Marrying a man she knew little about, of who he was or what he was like, surrounded by people who'd be glad to kill her. The boy she had a crush on once in her life, treating her with disdain. Sakura wondered what she had done in a past life to have had this happen to her. The handmaidens continued to wash her and put shampoo in her hair and washed and soaked it, adding conditioner as well as they bathed every part of her body, her hair dripping wet and shining with luster due to what they put in it. After she had been washed and dried off and her hair put back down to its original style and then braided, Sakura was changed and helped into her wedding outfit. The dress she had to wear for it was beautiful in its design, as it was a green color that matched her eyes and had a white gown part that would cover up her shoulders and back as well. She would have smiled envisioning herself in it, but she saw no reason to smile today. Earrings as well were put on, also attaching them. Makeup was applied, and so was eyeliner, as the handmaidens skillfully put it on her. Sakura held perfectly still as they did it, not moving or saying anything aside from telling them no, and she chose to forego lipstick. After several hours of preparation and work, she was at last ready. She stood looking at herself in the mirror, staring at her reflection. Looking back at the unhappy girl who was to be wedded, who stared at her. "You look beautiful," a voice said, and she turned and saw Kimimaro having entered the room. "You look handsome as well, Kimimaro-kun," she said as she bowed her head. Kimimaro was wearing a ceremonial blue kimono robe that had the emblem of his clan, 2 red dots on it, as well as the kanji for his clan's name. "There's no need for added titles," he told her, and looked at the handmaidens who stood to the side looking on. "Leave us, I want to talk to her alone for a minute," he ordered them, and they walked out of the room, leaving the soon-to-be-married couple alone. "I wanted this as much as you did, Sakura," he said to her. "The news came as a shock to me as well. Please don't think I demanded this. I hope that I don't disappoint you today or the days after," Sakura said to Kimimaro obediently. "You're not a puppet, Sakura," Kimimaro said to her, stepping forward. "Don't say things that you think that I want to hear. After today, you won't be a prisoner," Kimimaro told her. "You'll be my wife," he said, trying to assure her and make her happy. "What's the difference? I'll still be here with that monster you follow nearby," she said, and Kimimaro winced as she sounded broken. "Still in a cage with no escape," she solemnly told him. Kimimaro walked forward to her and tilted her head up gently so that Jade stared into emerald, and he took her hands in his. Sakura stiffened a bit, yet found his hands to be gentle, which was surprising to her considering what she had heard in tales about the barbaric clan that he was from. "Always know that I won't hurt you," he said to her. "Orochimaru and many here may have dreams of doing things to your body for their amusement, but I won't," Kimimaro told Sakura, who looked on at him. "When a Kaguya marries a woman, he vows that not even Shinigami himself will try to harm her so long as he lives. That is the vow I make to you from this day forth. That no one will ever try to hurt you," he said to her. "Thank you," Sakura told him, and for a brief moment allowed herself to smile at him. Kimimaro removed his hands from her and softly stroked her face, his hand running across her chin and forehead. "I will see you soon, my bride," he said, and exited the room. Sakura watched him go, still feeling his hand on hers. She stared at herself one more time in the mirror, looking on at her reflection. "It is time," a voice said, and she whipped back around and saw this time Orochimaru was standing in the room. As always, his presence was ominous and filled a person with dread. A snake smile was on his lips as he stared at Sakura, her reflecting off his golden eyes. What are you doing here?" Sakura said, backing up a step. Orochimaru snickered and walked towards her so that he towered over her. He brought a hand up and stroked the side of her head with his hand, and Sakura flinched from his touch as it felt much different than Kimimaro's. He caressed it softly, and clutched and pulled out a loose hair. "I shall be the one who escorts you to your husband," Sakura-chan, Orochimaru told her, calling her by that teasing nickname. "Come, let us go to your wedding," he said, and took her by the wrist and led Sakura out of the room. Although the touch of his hand was soft, Sakura could tell that if she so much as did one step out of line, he would break her hand off without hesitation if she did anything now. Sakura, led by the snake, came to a large room where she saw multiple people gathered there looking on as she made her entrance. Sakura took a deep breath and Orochimaru sternly clutched her wrist to make her go, and her feet reluctantly obeyed as she stepped forward. "Smile," he ordered her, and Sakura quickly flashed a smile, hiding her facade. This whole thing was a mockery. A wedding was supposed to be the happiest day of a girl's life. Looking on at it, Sakura knew that this whole thing was a sham. Kimimaro, standing at the front of the room on an altar, looked on as his unwilling wife approached, walking past the gathered crowd, some with jeering smiles like Karen as they watched her make her way. Sakura spotted Sasuke in the crowd watching on, but his eyes showed nothing as he looked on at her humiliation. Prettier than the girls at the brothels. Shame I couldn't get to have fun with her, one person said, causing some to snicker, and Kimimaro flashed him a look that meant death, and the man immediately shut up as Kimimaro made a silent note mentally to kill him some time down the road when he saw him again. Sakura looked and spotted Tayuya in the crowd, the redhead watching on. Seeing her, Tayuya smiled reassuringly at her, letting her know that at least one person here supported her. That meant everything for Sakura. She made her way to the front, joining her soon-to-be in a few short minutes husband standing on the altar with him in front of a priest. "Kakashi, Naruto, do it now please," she thought to herself, hoping that they would appear like they had done in the past. They had never let her or anyone else down in the past, and she hoped and prayed that they'd burst in right this instant and save her. But nothing happened, as there was no rescue coming. "We are gathered here to see and bear witness the union of man and wife," the priest said. "Under the blessing and eyes of the Shodame of Otogakure, the hidden sound village, Orochimaru-sama," he said, no doubt told to say it by him. The priest continued his words and sayings, going into the details of the union of marriage and of how their souls had been brought together by love, which was utter garbage compared to what really happened. Both Kimimaro and Sakura knew. "Shut that windbag up, my feet are sore," Karen muttered as he droned on and on as she watched with smug satisfaction at what Sakura was going through. "Now Karen, it's not your wedding," Kabuto chided her with a smile. After 15 minutes, he had finally finished. "And so I hereby pronounce you husband and wife," he said as he announced them married. "May the heavens bless you in your union, and may your lives be filled with happiness," he said, and mentioned for him to kiss her. Sakura steadied herself as she looked on at Kimimaro, who turned to face her. She took a deep breath as he leaned forward. His lips were on hers for a brief moment as he kissed her before he pulled away. Just enough for it to linger for a moment. Yet the kiss, with how soft and gentle it was, almost made her feel as if she wasn't here. A scattering of applause was done by the people in attendance, Orochimaru amongst them, clapping in amusement in the chapel, who cheered, and Sakura shut her eyes tight. She felt Kimimaro take her hand in his, and looked at him as the two were newlyweds. A feast was then held following it, as Kimimaro and Sakura were forced to sit at in a large dining hall as food was brought in and music was played as a band performed, playing on instruments as people dined and toasted the happy couple. Meats of chicken and fish and vegetables and grains of bread and rice was put on their plates as they ate. All in all, not a bad wedding, Kabuto said as he looked on as Kimimaro and Sakura sat together at the table. "Two unhappy people who don't even know each other," Tayuya snorted dryly in her wheelchair, and he smirked at her. "How freakin' romantic. If your legs were still of use, you'd likely have been married to him," he told her, who looked at him with a glare. "And yet you have refused to heal them, so thank you," she said, and his smirk turned to a scowl as she went to a different section of the hall. Sakura looked on as Kimimaro drank a glass of sake. She had seen him drink continuously since the feast started. She looked on, just wondering how much he'd drink tonight, as he seemed to be intent on drinking an entire flagon by himself. She looked and grasped a glass and poured herself rice wine. She had seen Tsunade drink it and thought about what was expected of them later and downed it in a single gulp and let out a parched gasp as she drank for the first time and felt it inside her body. "Excuse me, I'll soon be back," she told him, and Kimimaro nodded as she got up from the table. Of course there was guards who were there to make sure she didn't try anything. Kimimaro sat and poured himself more sake. "Kimimaro," Orochimaru said to him as he walked over to him. "What are you doing?" he said, just hiding his annoyance. "Getting drunk. You should try it, Orochimaru-sama," Kimimaro said as he took another deep drink of sake. Orochimaru rolled his eyes in disgust at his actions. "Perhaps aside from battle, my clan is also blessed with love of drink, as if the god of wine favors us. Perhaps you can allow me to change the Kaguya symbol to grapes being turned into wine instead of 2 red dots. I'll name our first child after you if you do," he told him with a smirk. "You realize that consumption of alcohol will prevent you from doing what you need to do with the girl," Orochimaru said with a hiss to him. "Her name is Sakura," Kimimaro told him in response. "I don't care if her name is Bug," he said into him. "Stop this foolishness now," he warned him. "You need to put a child inside of your wife. A Kaguya child and a future soldier for me, as soon as possible, preferably tonight," he told him. "You're turning this wedding into a farce with your consumption of sake," he said, and snatched the glass away from Kimimaro and threw the contents of it away, hitting a blue-haired ninja named Suigetsu upside the head with it, sending him stumbling. "This whole wedding's been a farce since you announced it," Kimimaro thought to himself. "When's Kabuto being married off? I'd love to see his reaction that he has to marry someone and have to spend time away from you," he said in a jesting tone. "Focus on your own marriage, not his," Orochimaru hissed at him. "Don't make me start to regret not letting you die," he said, and turned and walked away angrily. Sakura was talking with Tayuya. "You was right about Karen, she is a bitch," she told the redhead, who smirked. "This isn't your dream wedding, is it?" Tayuya asked her as she listened in to the music. "Whose dream wedding would it be?" Sakura answered dryly, "If that slut was in your place and the Uchihas was in Kimimaro, it'd be hers, no doubt," Tayuya said, trying to create humor and mirth as Karen was seen trying to woo Sasuke, who appeared mildly interested in her attempts. "To think I thought I loved him once," Sakura mentioned bitterly. "Now I feel nothing after what he's done. Betraying us and attacking us as well with the intent to kill." "What do you feel about your husband?" Tayuya asked her, looking on at Kimimaro. "Should I say he's a great man and I am happy to be his dutiful wife?" Sakura asked, and Tayuya snickered. "Say whatever the hell you want to say about him," she told Sakura. "He promised to protect me, but promises are impossible to keep anymore," she said bitterly, thinking of the promise Naruto had made as well. "You should go to him before he falls on his ass with as much as he's drinking," Tayuya told her. "You're all right, you know that?" Sakura walked back over to her husband and sat next to him, who seemed to have finally stopped drinking. "Kimimaro!" A voice called out above the crowd, and it was revealed to belong to Sasuke. "Isn't it true that in the Kaguya's clan's weddings they would have the newlyweds strip and perform their first night of ceremonial marriage together in front of the crowd?" he asked with a smirk. Laughter erupted from those in the hall, and Sakura lowered her head in embarrassment, and Kimimaro glared hard at him. "Since the Kaguya has just been married, I've talked with others and tradition dictates that the ceremony should take place here. We have enough covers for sheets and seated cushions for pillows," he exclaimed. "Come everyone, let us help Kimimaro and Sakura out of their robes and dress. They won't be needing them so that they can begin." "There won't be a ceremony," Kimimaro told him. "Come now, where's your sense of tradition?" Karen said to him. "Just pretend we're all statues while you mate the girl," she said, as many people in the hall with the exception of Tayuya laughed and seemed eager to see it happen. "There will be no such thing," Kimimaro repeated to them. "There will if the people want it," Sasuke said. "Stab." A knife made from his very structure and bone, he stabbed into the table, echoing through the room as Kimimaro turned a look of fury on his face at what he was doing. Then you'll be screwing your own whore with a wooden cock, he said venomously to Sasuke. A quiet hush fell across the entire hall at Kimimaro's words as silence reigned. Sasuke, in stunned shock, walked over to him. What did you say? He said quietly as he walked to him as Kimimaro, either filled with the sake or of rage, glared death at him. No one in the entire hall moved a muscle as all eyes were on them. Orochimaru got up from his chair as he saw what was going on. What did you say? Sasuke repeated loudly as his eyes flashed into the Sharingan color and markings from his cursed seal emerged on his face. It was a joke, Orochimaru hastily said, realizing he could have a murder here instead of a wedding. I am sure Kimimaro was joking to you, Sasuke, he said as he stood between them. The sake is having an effect on him. He would never try to threaten you. Kimimaro glared at the two before smirking and dryly chuckling. Indeed, just a poor joke, Sasuke, he said, defusing the mood as he retracted the knife into his skin. I can only envy you, you know that? He said to the seething Sasuke, who was not finding any humor. The Uchiha are perfect in every way, whilst the Kaguya can only hack and kill like the witless apes the rest of the world perceives us as. He's clearly intoxicated, Sasuke-kun, Orochimaru told him, who breathed hard as his eyes never left Kimimaro. Leave the two newlyweds be for the night, he advised him as Sasuke panted in fury as Kimimaro continued to make a joke. Like everything else the Uchiha have, they are blessed with large amounts of chakra and large swords in between their legs. My greatest bone sword I've created is still smaller than what you have, he said, and with a bit of a struggle after having drunk so much, pulled himself up from the table and walked over to his wife. Come, my bride, he said, taking Sakura's hand in his so that she was next to him, and lead her away. Let us perform our mating dance where people can't look on at us like they are a pack of rats. He set his back to the crowd, a final parting shot. Perhaps I can go into detail of how the time that 15 of my clansmen outnumbered 20 to 1 slaughtered their enemies without taking a single injury or hit. It might arouse you enough, he said as they exited the hall, going to his chambers. I would have paid good money to have seen Kimimaro gild the bastard, Tayuya muttered under her breath as it was over with, and she left, rolling her wheelchair as she exited. Kimimaro leads Sakura gently to his chambers, taking her and guiding her. He looked and saw her struggling to keep control as she was panting and afraid. Don't be afraid, he assured her, squeezing her hand gently to comfort her. Sakura saw that he wasn't as drunk as he let himself appear to be. Kimimaro opened the door and held it so she could go in first. Sakura looked on at the large multiple room that he had as he shut the door. Here, drink, he said as he went to a canteen on the table and poured into the cups. It's just water, he assured her, handing her a cup, and Sakura took it and drank it down as she needed that. Silence was between them for several moments as they stood there. I guess we should start, Sakura said as she began to slowly and carefully took off part of her gown from her dress, baring her shoulders and back to him and taking the earrings off, putting them aside. Kimimaro looked and saw a woman who would turn into a beauty soon. Her hair was smooth and silky, her skin was creamy, and her lips looked inviting to kiss. In 3 or 5 years she would be fully developed. He blinked and shook his head. He looked again and saw a scared, terrified young girl who was afraid for her life and in a situation where she saw no happiness for her, as all her dreams and hopes were gone and she'd have to live a life of sadness and misery. Stop, stop, he said to her, surprising her. I won't do it. Even if I was sober, I wouldn't do it. Put your clothes back on, he told Sakura, who looked on at him. I won't take you against your will or do anything to you. But Orochimaru said to you to he and Sasuke, he said with a bitter smile. They can screw each other for all I care if they want sex, he said, referring to Orochimaru and Sasuke. Have Kabuto join them for all I care. I won't do it. He gently took Sakura's hands in his like he had done before. I won't harm you, Sakura, he told her as they stared into each other's eyes. And nor will anyone else in sound. He said to his wife. I won't do it not till you are ready to want me to. And what if I never want you to? Sakura asked him. Kimimaro only smiled at her. Then I shall find a way to get you out of sound and back to your friends and home. You don't deserve this, I don't deserve you. Kimimaro. Sakura said to him, eternally grateful, and he mentioned to the bed in the nearby room that was meant for them. Sleep, you deserve your rest. I won't harm a hair on your head, and if anyone does to do so, I'll disembowel them. He told her, vowing to protect her. What about you? Sakura asked him. I'll be okay, I'll just sleep over there. He said, mentioning to the chair in the side of the room. Sakura nodded at him and went over to the side of the bed and removed the covers and climbed in. She heard him stumble over and saw him sit in the chair, and within 3 minutes he had fallen asleep, the sake at last taking him. Sakura watched him sleep and noticed how peaceful he looked and that he had positioned himself so that he was watching over her while she slept. Sakura carefully got up out of the bed and taking one of the blankets draped it over him, looking on at her husband, who even if she didn't love, she smiled at him and walked back to the bed and fell asleep. Chapter 4. A pair of green eyes slowly opened as she found herself in a large comfortable bed. Drowsily she took the covers off of her figure as she sat up and stretched her arms a bit. Sakura rubbed her eyes as she woke up and found herself in a bed that wasn't hers. You're awake. A voice said, and she turned her head and saw Kimimaro Kaguya enter the room. He wore his usual white outfit as before. As he entered, he clutched his head a bit in annoyance. I have some breakfast set up if you're hungry. He told her, and Sakura's eyes lit up at the prospect of breakfast. Also, your clothes have been washed and done for you to change into. He said and pointed at a table in the room that had them folded on there. Sakura looked on at him and nodded her head and remembered what had happened last night. She got up out of the bed still in her wedding dress and looked at the sheets. It still looked as if one person had only slept in the bed. She had slept the whole night by herself in the bed. Kimimaro hadn't done anything at all last night. Ahem, she said and made a motion with her head, and Kimimaro, recognizing what she meant, turned and exited the bedroom, shutting the door, allowing her privacy so she could change. She spotted her clothes and reached back and began to take off her dress, undoing it and gently folding it up, leaving her in her undergarments. She then got her ninja outfit and began to get redressed. Her clothes fit much better now, smelled better too now that they had been washed. She put on each article of clothing, putting them on her figure. She put on the shorts and medical skirt of the outfit and slipped on her red shirt and buttoned it. She put on her gloves as they fit easily on her hands, and put on the sandals. She looked and was about to put the hitaite on when she noticed that instead of the leaf emblem on it, something else was on there. A melody note. Symbolizing sound means. No doubt put there by orders of Orochimaru instead of her leaf hitaite. Sakura scowled and tossed it away. She may be married to one, but she was not going to wear it. She was a Konoha ninja until the day she died. She exited the bedroom of his chambers and saw him seated at a table with plates of food. Eat, he said, motioning to the platters, and she did eagerly as there was scrambled eggs, muffins and fresh fruit there as well as juice. Kimimaro silently ate his food as she scarfed it down, looking on at his wife. He had watched her sleep through the night, her first peaceful sleep in the days since she had been taken here. But Kimimaro had seen her toss and turn through the night at times, and a small whimper had escaped her as if she was experiencing a nightmare, but soon returned to normal as she slept on. Do you need more? He asked after she emptied her plate. No, I am good. Thank you. She said to him politely as she wiped her mouth. Would you like to get out of here? Kimimaro said, and she wiped her head around at him and her eyes widened at what he said. He didn't mean. Go see the sights. I am sure you want to get out of this building for a change and see something else besides walls for a change. He told her, and Sakura recognized what he meant. She had thought he was talking about getting out of here and back home in Konoha. I'd enjoy that. I could use a change of scenery. She said with a smile to him. We can do that. Sakura looked on at him as she'd be glad to get out of here. The two exited his room and Orochimaru's mansion. Sakura smiled for the first time as she saw the sun looking on at it overhead. They went down the steps and to the village. This place is so quiet, it's almost sad, she said softly as she looked on at it. It was so different than Konoha, as if gripped with fear. There was no festivities going on, no children at play. The few people she did see in the streets were hesitant and fearful. Sound means were on patrol at all time, watching them from the streets and rooftops. Ready to cut down anyone at any time, it seemed like. The place has improved from it was, Kimimaro said to her. The daimyo of Rice was convinced by Orochimaru to let him create his village here to make it more powerful. When he had done it, Orochimaru had Sakon of the Sound Force slay him and took full control of the land and made it into a ninja village that he rules alone. Kimimaro explained to her. His focus for the past 3 years though has been on Sasuke, that has allowed the people here to grow some at last in peace. Everyone here knows pain and how to use a weapon. Sakura looked on as she saw a brothel and averted her eyes at the scantily clad women hanging outside it where the sound ninjas off duty would go. She also saw that they had hidden daggers in their dresses. That's where Tayuya lives, he said, mentioning to a house. She lived there with Kintsuchi but now lives by herself, he said, and that name rang a bell with Sakura. Orochimaru as of late spends most of his time at other bases that he has. It's rare for him to stay here more than a month at a time. Sakura nodded, remembering his base at Grass. Kimimaro continued to show her around and took her out of the village to the forest area that was before it. Sakura looked on at the sight of the forest around them and smiled, looking on at it. Even here deep in the serpent's nest there was still some form of beauty. She spotted a pair of trees that she had never seen before and stepped closer to examine them. The Kaguya looked on and his eyes widened as he recognized what she was nearby. Watch out! Kimimaro shouted and grabbed her by the waist, pulling her back. Don't ever go near those. Those are graspers, he told her, holding her in his arms, much to her surprise. Graspers? Sakura said in confusion. Correct, Orochimaru created them as one of his experiments as a ward for any enemy ninja. He explained to her, and they watched. A butterfly was seen flying towards the tree when suddenly the branch turned into a fist and snatched and crushed the insect. If anyone is too close they will grab them and they are nearly impossible to break free from, he explained to Sakura, and she nodded her head, realizing the potential danger now from them. Never go near a tree in this part of the land of sound, as many of them are graspers. Sakura nodded her head in understanding, as a part of her wasn't surprised that he would create something like that. She went to pull away but felt his arms on her waist. Snarling sounds was heard and they turned as they saw a wolf pack. There was 4 of them, each one with brown and black fur and deep red eyes. The beasts all growled as they approached the two, showing their sharp fangs, which could tear out a jugular with ease. I take it Orochimaru lets them and other beasts roam freely around here, Sakura said dryly. It felt like she was back in the forest of death, with the dangers surrounding her. I can handle them. Don't worry, Kimimaro said as he stood in front of her when Sakura pushed past him and pulled out a pair of kunai. I can handle myself in a fight, she said, and Kimimaro allowed a smirk to show as he sprouted a pair of bone swords. The wolves circled around the group, pawing the ground and sprouting their claws, seeing easy prey. One went into a run and lunged at Sakura, who dodged it, avoiding its snapping fangs aimed for her throat. It landed on the ground and charged her again, and she threw the kunai, hitting it in the chest. A whale escaped it as it stumbled forward, and she drove the other kunai into its skull, killing it. Kimimaro avoided the lunges of them and their razor-sharp claws. 2 attacked him at the same time, but he easily dodged it, a smirk on his face, which infuriated the wolves at how he was toying with them. They attacked, one coming from the left and the other from the right. Kimimaro leapt up over them and they spun and turned to face him. Barking loudly, they ran at him, this time one leapt at a time. Kimimaro timed himself and evaded it and stabbed a bone sword into its heart and slammed it into the ground, killing it and dodging the other one who had leapt at the same time as he ducked over it. The lone wolf let out a confused bark at how easily he avoided him and saw Sakura and realized he couldn't do anything to stop himself, and she jammed a kunai into its neck and like he had done slammed it into the ground, killing it. The last of the wolf, either suicidal or foolish enough, lunged at them, biting and snapping its jaws at their legs, which Kimimaro and Sakura avoided. The beast swiped at them with its claws, missing them, and leapt at them. Kimimaro dodged and fired a bone bullet at it as it passed. The creature yelped in pain as it hit it in the hind and ran off, deciding they weren't worth it as it retreated. Kimimaro and Sakura watched it ran off, not bothering to chase after it. Not bad, Kimimaro told Sakura. And that was with your chakra sealed, he said to her, and Sakura brought a hand up to the back of her head. You're good yourself, Kimimaro, she told him as she had watched his movements as they had been a fluid of grace and battle, the way he had avoided the attacks. Just by looking at him, she could tell he was a deadly adversary, and Lee and Gaara had gotten lucky they hadn't been killed when they fought him. Take them, Kimimaro said, and slung 2 wolves over his shoulders. We should bring them back to Otogakure. Are you going to sell the pelts and their claws? Sakura asked as she picked the last one up. Yes, and cook the meat, he replied to her. Wolf meat can be quite delicious when cooked properly. Sakura stopped and looked at the slain wolf she was carrying, and her face turned green. Please tell me this isn't what we're having for supper, she thought to herself, and resumed following after him back to Otogakure. Later that day, Sakura was seated and reading a book from Kimimaro's bookshelf. He had many books, mostly of war and history, and she had taken an interest in them to pass the time as her husband had been ordered to go deal with some men at the ninja academy Oto had. Sakura flipped the page as she read the novel. She didn't take Kimimaro for a bookworm, she wondered how many times he had read them himself. The door opened, and she expected him to return. When she looked up, she frowned as it was Kabuto instead. I see the newlywed as well, Kabuto told her with a smirk, and her frown deepened. What are you doing here? She said hostilely to him as he was top of the list of people she least wanted to see right now, tied with Orochimaru for first. The silver-haired medic looked at her and chuckled as he walked over, and Sakura put up her book on guard as she watched. I must admit your never-give-up attitude, defiance at all odds, as well as your beauty and skills taught to you by Tsunade, has made me quite attracted to you. I was a bit upset when Kimimaro was chosen to wed you, he said, leaning towards her. Ugh, get out of here, Sakura said in disgust, and he chuckled again when he suddenly grabbed her arm. Let go, she told him, glaring defiantly at him. Orochimaru-sama has decided to allow you to have your chakra back. As a medic you also will have some skill he deems necessary, Kabuto told her as he made Sakura sit in the chair and grasped her arm. In due time you'll be a loyal follower of his. Sakura looked on as Kabuto's hands glowed a blue color as he began to undo the seals and markings placed on them. Unlike hers and Tsunade's when they healed a person or any of the other medics, which glowed as a sign of care, Kabuto's felt and looked like something was going to burn your body. Kabuto continued on for a few minutes, unsealing her chakra points, when he spoke up. I suppose I should let you know our men met your teammates the other day, he said to her casually, and Sakura's eyes widened. They seemed very adamant in learning where you was at before they began fighting and spoiling our plan involving the 3-tailed turtle demon, he told her. Are they all right? Is everyone okay? Sakura asked in fear, a part of her dreading what she would be told by them. What had happened to Kakashi, Naruto, Ino, and the others since she had been kidnapped? It did her some good to know that they believed that she was still alive and wasn't dead. That meant to Sakura that there was still some hope for her after all, with how they hadn't given up on her. They slew most of our men, Kabuto told her, and fought against the 3-tailed turtle Naruto, he said, and hesitated for a bit. Naruto, he's all right, he said, and smirked at her. He survived the battle relatively well, with no significant injuries. All of them lived, he said as he had feigned, acting like he was about to tell her that Naruto or one of them had been killed. Bastard, Sakura said to him, and his smirk grew as he had made her fear the worst. Your friends and teammates from Konoha won't save you, you should know that. Kabuto told her as he finished unsealing her chakra, and Sakura felt it return to her, but it'd be some time before it'd be fully back. If they try to come here, they'll be slaughtered to a man. No one can get an Otogakure unless Orochimaru wants them to. Or out if you ever think about trying to escape. He told her with a smug smirk. Sakura glared hard at Kabuto at how smug he was. She wished she could break that nose of his right now. One good punch from her fist should do it. What about Sasuke? When does Orochimaru? That is none of your concern. He told her sternly. Right now you should prepare yourself for your pregnancy. He said to Sakura, and she gave him a look of disgust. Aya claims that you will give Kimimaro several sons. She knows you're fertile and now ready to produce children. Kabuto said to her, better his sons than yours. Sakura replied to him, and he smiled in amusement at her and got up and left the room, leaving her there. Scene change. Tsunade, a scroll has come. Naruto said to the blonde-haired Hokage. With him was Kakashi and Tenten. Tsunade looked up at him from her desk as he seemed urgent. Kid scrolls arrive every day. Nothing to get excited about. She told him. Not this type of scroll. Kakashi told her. Right, me and Naruto was sparring earlier when a snake appeared before us. Tenten told her idol. We had been working together when a snake appeared in front of the two of us. At first we didn't pay any attention to it when it suddenly coughed and spat out a scroll and disappeared in a poof. She told Tsunade, who now seemed interested. Orochimaru. Tsunade said with a growl, as this was something he would do. Bring it here. She ordered, and Kakashi tossed it to her, which she caught. Naruto and them had renowned vigor over the past couple of days, not only to find Sakura but stop Orochimaru. Akatsuki was quiet for now, their focus was on the Sannin. Naruto, Kakashi and others had been on a mission when they discovered one of Orochimaru's bases and encountered a group of sound ninjas who were at a lake and trying to bring forth the three-tailed turtle demon using a boy's unique chakra. Knowing they couldn't let that happen, they sprung into action and fought against them. They were able to defeat them, and Naruto had grabbed the leader of the group and demanded to know where Sakura was at. The man who used bats claimed he didn't know, and Naruto had slugged him across the face and asked him again, demanding he tell him where Sakura could be at and how they could find her. Then things had gotten from bad to worse when the Kaede game, the three-tailed bijou, had surfaced and had crushed and killed the sound means except for the boy and the female of the group who had ran off, taking him. Naruto and them were forced to fight against the beast, who had attacked wildly in fury. Tenten had managed to land a hit on its scarred eye, weakening it, and Kakashi followed up with a Raikiri, damaging it, and Naruto used the nine-tailed fox's power to attack and drive it away as it submerged, leaving a great wave which nearly drowned them. A group of Umbu had been sent to locate and seal it so to prevent anyone else from getting it. We're still no closer to finding Sakura though. Naruto had lamented, and Kakashi had put his hand on his shoulder comfortingly, and so had his teammate and his friends as well, letting him know they weren't going to give up on finding her. Her parents had wept over the loss of their beloved daughter, having spent many hours and nights weeping over it. Her father had to be stopped and held back from running out of the village and to Otogakure to find her and bring her back. It had taken Kakashi, Naruto, Guy Lee and others to hold him back before a sedative could be administered by Tsunade to knock him out. He had called them selfish, claiming they cared nothing about his daughter, which was further from the truth, and that he was going to find Sakura and bring her back himself no matter what. Let go. My daughter is out there. Kizashi Haruno shouted as he struggled to get loose. I am finding her and bringing her back myself. He vowed. And I'll tear the head off the bastards who took her. Kizashi-san, you'll be killed. Kakashi said as they struggled to hold him back, as he was showing strength that he never was known to have possessed as he took a step forward. Guy-sensei, I think our youth is no match for his fatherly wrath. Lee shouted as he wrapped his arms around him as they grunted and struggled to try and stop him. We're doing everything we can to find her, you're only making things more painful for us and yourself. Naruto said to him. We all feel the pain you do. What about those who break the rules are trash, but those who ditch their friends are worse than trash? How could you be so selfish? He shouted, and Naruto and Kakashi, hearing that, slipped their grip on him and allowed Kazashi to break free and make a run for it. Tsunade appeared in front of him and jabbed a syringe into his neck. Kazashi's eyes rolled up into his head and he fell unconscious to the ground. "The stuff I had to hit him with, that's used to knock out elephants," she said, panting. "I was worried it wouldn't be enough," she said, and looked down at his form and all the sad looks on each ninja's face. "Get him back to his home," she ordered, and Kakashi and Guy picked him up and took him back to his house. "Orochimaru, the bastard wouldn't be sending us a message for no reason," Tsunade said as she unfolded it. As she did, something fell out of it and floated downwards to her desk. "Naruto," Kakashi said as they examined what it was that had been put into the letter. "It's..." Naruto said in shock as they recognized what it was. It was a piece of hair. A piece of pink hair. Chapter 5. Orochimaru-sama, I am now ready to be your body," the shinobi said as he kneeled before his master. Brought back from near death and purged of his disease, he was now healthy and at last able to resume his destiny for his master. "That won't be necessary anymore, Kimimaro-kun," the man seated on the throne told him, and his head shot up at what he just said. "What?" he said in confusion at his master's words. "Just how long do you think you've been unconscious?" "It's been half a year since your last fight. I had to get myself another person to use as a body since you went into a coma," Orochimaru told him as Kimimaro looked at him at the news of how long he had been unconscious. "I can still be your vessel as you've intended for me." "No," Orochimaru told him. "You are no longer necessary for me to have as a body. I have someone else in mind now, the person who shall be my next body that I shall use in 2.5 years. "What do you mean?" "You know I've coveted the Sharingan for many years, and now the chance for me to have it has at last arrived. I can use Sasuke Uchiha's body as my next vessel," he said with a grin. "He is the perfect body for me. With it I shall be unstoppable." "But Orochimaru-sama," Kimimaro said to him. "What shall I do?" "I suppose I can find a use for you. After all, your body is still one of the rarest in the world," Orochimaru told him with a smirk. "Sasuke will be in need of a sparring partner while I train him. I suppose that shall do for you for now." "As you wish, Orochimaru-sama," Kimimaro said and bowed his head low, so he wouldn't see the scowl on his face. The sound of steel clanging against steel was heard as many looked on as the two inhabitants in the yard faced off against one another in a contest of swordsmanship. Many who looked on at the fight going on cheered or placed bets on their favorite over who would win the fight, as the two had been fighting for the past 20 minutes. Sakura looked on as she watched as well at what was happening, watching the two combatants fight. Although it was just supposed to be a spar, they seemed intent on dueling to the death. Kimimaro blocked Sasuke's attack and did a spin and slashed at him with his other side, which he avoided. The two fighting against one another. It had started out as fists only, but that only lasted for a short while, as Sasuke had decided against that when he pulled out his sword, and Kimimaro had instantly sprouted bone swords of his own, and the two engaged in battle. "Kill him, Sasuke-kun!" a voice shouted, and Sakura lifted her head to see Karen shouting, cheering the Uchiha on, being his personal cheerleader. Sakura rolled her eyes at her displayed dignity, apparently something she didn't possess. She looked on and hoped that her husband would win against Sasuke as she watched on as Kimimaro had the same stoic look on his expression while Sasuke was getting more and more agitated. Sasuke attacked Kimimaro with an overhead chop aimed at his head, and Kimimaro blocked it and countered with an attack of his own, which he dodged as Sakura watched on. It had been a week since she had been married to Kimimaro, and this was the first interaction she had with Sasuke since the first time she had seen him. Apparently, they under orders from Orochimaru would fight each other once a month. It seemed to test their skills ever since Sasuke had come here. Sakura inhaled deeply as one of Sasuke's attacks came very close to connecting, but Kimimaro did not show any concern about being hit. Their movements were amazing to watch for the onlookers who looked on at what was happening, each one showing exceptional skill in their area of expertise as they battled one another, blocking and countering each other's attack as steel rang against steel as they clashed with blows. But looking on, you could tell that Sasuke's attacks were guided by anger and Kimimaro's had a sense of duty to them. "Chidori," Sasuke shouted as he fired the attack and Kimimaro dodged it and went low aiming for his leg and dashed past him leaving a cut on his ankle. Sasuke staggered and limped but resumed footing despite now being a step slower. One blow from Sasuke connected with his shoulder blade but Kimimaro then planted his swords into the ground and lunged himself forward, his feet connecting squarely with Sasuke's chest, knocking him backwards and staggering him. Foul! Karen cried out in protest. Since when is fighting back against the rules? Sakura dryly said as Kimimaro then had bones sprout out of his arms and threw them at Sasuke. Sasuke dodged and rolled out of the way as Kimimaro kept up the onslaught with a continuous rain of bone-like daggers at Sasuke. Sakura noticed that despite his Sharingan activated, he couldn't copy his movements or what he was doing as he did not have Shikatsu Myaku. Sasuke deflected them the best he could, but they were starting to overwhelm him. Kimimaro moved as if to throw more at him and Sasuke brought his sword up to deflect. They never came. Kimimaro instead grasped his swords and charged forward at a speed Sakura could barely keep track of as he let out a cry and lashed out with both swords at Sasuke, who was in a bad position. Kimimaro's attack sent the sword out of his hand, disarming him, and his other bone sword was at his throat just inches away from puncturing and skewering it. Yield! He ordered Sasuke, who glared at him but grunted and put down his arms, surrendering the fight to him. Kimimaro put his bone swords away, not taking an eye off him. Sasuke suddenly whipped out a knife from his shirt and lunged at Kimimaro's throat. A splatter of blood hit the ground as the people looking on gasped out loud at what they saw, including Sakura. You should know when you cannot win instead of foolishly continuing, Uchiha. Kimimaro said plainly, looking down as Sasuke laid on the ground clutching his chest as a deep cut was on his shirt, cutting through the flesh, leaving a cut as blood came from his wound. It seems every time we spar together you refuse to learn that lesson, and every time I must teach you that again. He told him in disdain, looking down at the wounded ninja who glared up at him with his Sharingan eyes. Your Sharingan can never copy or have any effect on Shikatsu Myaku. Sasuke-kun! Karen shouted as she ran onto the training field towards him. You monster! How dare you hurt him? She shouted at Kimimaro accusingly. Would she prefer it if he had let him stab him? Sakura mumbled, looking on as Kimimaro had every right to defend himself from Sasuke's attack. She noted that 3 years ago that if Naruto had injured Sasuke while they spared even by accident, she would have acted the same way. Karen acted just like, or even worse in same cases than the same 12-year-old she had been, and it was an image of her past she wanted to put out of her mind. Here, Sasuke-kun. Bite me to heal yourself. Karen said, exposing her shoulder, and Sasuke did so, and his wound on his chest began to heal as he used her special ability to heal himself as the cut faded from him. Sakura, seeing Kimimaro tend to and stroke his shoulder from the blow Sasuke had hit him with, also approached him. Here, allow me. Sakura said and placed her hands on his arm, and her hands glowed green and began to heal it. The soreness from the blow fading from him, and he nodded his head in thanks at her for healing it. Aren't you just the perfect dutiful little wife? Karen sneered at her, and Sakura turned a glare at the redhead. I am sure he'll thank you much more later tonight in bed. She said snidely. Oh. Several of the sound means said at her verbal dagger, and Sakura narrowed her eyes. She took a step forward, about to introduce her to her two favorite friends, when Kimimaro put his hand out in front of her to stop here. At least I know that I can get in his bed without getting kicked back out. Sakura shot back with a smirk. Oh. The crowd shouted again at her counter jab, and Karen was infuriated, and Sasuke had to wrap an arm around her to hold her back. Some watching on yelling at Kimimaro and Sasuke to let them fight. Get your medic under control. Sasuke told Kimimaro, who glared at him. Put a leash on yours as well as a muzzle. A bitch like that needs one to quell her yapping. He responded to him. Really, medic? Is he no longer going to refer to me by name anymore? The pink-haired girl said to herself as she glared at him as well as she stood beside Kimimaro, the two across from Sasuke and Karen. I guess I should just refer to him as Uchiha then anymore. Enough, Kabuto ordered as he appeared between the four. He had been watching the fight and was ready to step in and stop the match when he saw those two run in and that it was about ready to erupt thanks to those two females getting involved. This is over with and enough of your petty squabbling, he told them, standing between them all. Disperse now, he ordered them sternly. After several long moments of glaring, the two groups left in opposite directions. How many times have you and him faced each other? Sakura asked Kimimaro as they walked. 30, and each time I have bested him. Kimimaro responded, and she noticed there was a hint of pride in his voice, which she smiled at as he seemed proud he had never lost to him. I bet that makes his skin crawl knowing he can't beat you, she said, and Kimimaro allowed a smirk. I suppose when he first came here, he thought he was the greatest thing since sliced bread, and you showed him up when you first fought. Sakura said to him. Correct, he had beaten everyone else and Otogakure Orochimaru had him spar against. Kimimaro said, recalling the first time they had fought, as Sasuke wasn't taking him seriously after having beaten everyone else while he had been in a coma. His arrogance went away when Kimimaro pulled out his first sword from his body and floored him. No longer under the effect of the disease, Kimimaro was more deadlier than ever before. Since then we have fought each other and I have bested him no matter how many times we have fought. I take it losing is something he hates, he said, and she chuckled at her husband. Part of the reason he did it, defeating Sasuke, was to prove to Orochimaru that he should be his body instead of him. Yeah, his ego is rather important to him and he can't copy your Kekkei Genkai either, so he can't use your moves against you, Sakura said as they walked side by side. She smiled at him, but her smile hid her true thoughts and feelings. Emptiness. It had been almost a month since all that had happened, and even now she expected to see Naruto scarfing down ramen as fast as he could, as if it could get away from him. Ino bragging about some new perfume she got or the latest gossip. Kakashi being irresponsibly late as usual and more. Then she reminded herself that she was held prisoner in an enemy village and forced to wed one of them and expected to have their child. She longed for her friends, teachers and her parents who she deeply missed, and a part of her wondered if she would ever see them again. Kimimaro was treating her well, caring for her and helping her just as he had not hurt her, but she had nightmares at times about seeing her friends' dead bodies brought before her by Orochimaru parading them around to her. Kimimaro looked on at her and she didn't look over at his scrutinizing gaze. He had heard her cry out at sleep in times, fear gripping her. She hadn't had a proper night's sleep since they had been married. Kimimaro had worked with her to pass the time, as spending almost 2 weeks in a cell had put her body out of shape due to lack of exercise. The two working and training together as she watched him train in his dances and worked on her attacks, enhancing her chakra and abilities so she could use them, and examining his bones so she could see them and how it was he did it, manipulating his body to form bones that turned into weapons. Daggers, throwing knives, swords, spears, the only limit seemed to be his imagination as to what he'd make. Shikatsumiyaku was indeed a wonderful and powerful Kekkei Genkai, and why Orochimaru had before coveted it. Kimimaro! A voice called out, and the two turned and saw Tayuya strolling towards them on her wheelchair. About time I found you, she said to them. Listen, Orochimaru wants you to meet him as he's called for you, she told him. What does he want? The hell, I know I am just a messenger anymore, Tayuya grumbled. Fine, I shall go see him, he said, and turned to his wife. Sakura, try not to tick off the Uchiha or his bed warmer, he said to her, and left to go to Orochimaru's compound. Come on, let's head to my place, Tayuya said as it was just the two of them. Unless there's somewhere you'd rather be, she told her, and Sakura agreed to go. Tayuya's home was simple in its design as everything was on one floor, which put everything where she needed it due to her handicap. It housed the basic facilities such as a kitchen, living room and bathroom and bedroom. Not much to it, but it's better than a gutter in the street like some have to live in, Tayuya told her as she rolled into the hallway. Sakura looked around as the place was a bit messy, but Tayuya had taken good care of it. Looking around as Tayuya got herself something to drink, she spotted a picture on a desk. Walking over to it, she examined it. A picture of maybe 3 years ago was shown with Tayuya. She was in her ninja outfit of black shorts, white shirt with a yin-yang symbol on it and a purple bow like Sasuke wore. With her was a girl. She had long black hair with a purple ribbon and wore a green shirt with cow camo pants as well with a Hitai. Sakura recognized the long-haired girl in the picture with Tayuya. The one who had mocked her boy catching waves and had faced Shikamaru in the exams. It had been years but she recognized who she was immediately. Sakura looked on at the picture and noticed that both girls were smiling in it, appearing happy being with each other. She had never seen Tayuya smile before. "That's Kintsuchi," Tayuya told her, and Sakura looked at her. She said in a different tone of voice, one that which sounded more painful, as if recalling agonizing memories. "She was my best friend. I remember her. We met during the exams. She didn't think much of me," Sakura said as she recalled Kin mocking her as she and her teammates, Zaku and someone else, she couldn't remember the name of, had appeared after Sasuke had been bitten and Naruto and him had been knocked unconscious in the Forest of Death. They had appeared in an attempt to kill Sasuke. Sakura had blossomed that day as she had cut her hair and fought them off to the best of her ability, using every trick she had in order to try and fend them off. Ino and others had showed up to help her, but things were at a standstill between them. That's when things took a turn for the worse, when Sasuke emerged covered with markings from the cursed seal and an ominous aura surrounding his body. His first action was to break Zaku's arms, snap them as if they were toothpicks, as he had changed. Looking back, Sakura knew that that was the day everything went bad. When he had gotten it from Orochimaru. Sakura looked on at Kin in the picture. For a girl who appeared so cruel, it amazed Sakura that she would look so happy and carefree in the picture. She had always pegged sound ninjas as vicious, immoral psychopaths, but being with Kimimaro, the time spent with Tayuya. And now looking at the picture, they appeared human. She died, taking part in the attack, was killed by one of you leaf ninjas, Tayuya told her sourly, remembering Kin dying. Not a day goes by that I don't curse the leaf for killing her. No, that's not true, Sakura said, and Tayuya looked at her. She didn't die like that. What the hell do you mean? It was reported that she was among the slain along with her teammate. Yes, but not how you thought it was, Sakura told her. Orochimaru, he did something terrible to Kin when it was discovered what he'd done to her and Zaku. He used them in Edo Tensei. What? Tayuya shouted in shock at the unexpected news. I know, I saw the bodies as they were buried. Jiraiya told all of us, my team and the others, about what he had done to her and him. He used them in a ritual. Edo Tensei, he said it was called. You kill someone to bring another person back to life under your control, Sakura told her, and Tayuya was stunned at what she said and had to find her voice. I can't believe it, Tayuya said as she had heard Orochimaru was using sacrifices for his plan in the attack at Konoha, but didn't know who he was truly using. She wanted to yell at Sakura that she was lying, but looking at her eyes knew that she wasn't. That she was telling the truth about what had really happened to Kin. I am sorry, but it's true. Orochimaru killed her so he could use her as a sacrifice for what he did during his fight with Sarutobi, Sakura told her sadly. Tayuya looked at her, hurt and shock in her eyes. This can't be. Kin died in the battle. No, you're right. I always had my damn suspicion about what really happened there, but I never expected him to have killed her like that, she said painfully. My friend, my best friend, and he went and goddamn killed her as if she was nothing at all, she said, and Sakura thought she was going to cry. I am sorry, I truly am. I didn't know how much she meant to you, Sakura told her. I am sure she regrets wherever she's at that she's not with you either, she said to her, doing her best to comfort her. I'll kill him, Tayuya vowed, suddenly surprising Sakura. I'll kill him for what he did to her and lying to me, she said, thinking of Orochimaru and picturing his face from when he told her that Kin had died during it, when they had retreated back to Oto, hiding the fact that he was responsible for it. You can't seriously expect to go after him, can you? Sakura told her as she saw her fueled with rage. Listen, you can't get 20 feet near Orochimaru right now, and you can't walk at all whatsoever. What do you think you'll be able to do? I'll do something. Tayuya muttered, trying to think of a plan, and Sakura put her hands on the redhead's wheelchair. Listen, maybe I could heal your legs, but right now you're no match for him. You've seen yourself how powerful he is. There's nothing you could do against him. Sakura told her. Then what the hell am I supposed to do? Tayuya asked bitterly. Wait, Sakura told her, and she scowled. Orochimaru is too strong for you, and he'd be surrounded by guards at all time who'd cut you down if you made a motion they take for a threat. You know that, despite the anger inside of you. You have to wait this out and hope something comes your way that can help you. She said to her. I know you don't like it, but you don't have a choice in the matter. Only if something happens to him could you actually have a sliver of a chance at avenging Kin. Right now you'd be committing suicide if you did anything. Tayuya grunted but knew she was right. Fine, if you can fix my legs, maybe I'll consider it. But the bastard will pay for what he's done. She told her, and Sakura nodded. He would pay for all he had hurt. Scene change. Orochimaru let out a long cough as he was in his throne room. Kimimaro looked on as Orochimaru coughed violently but cleared his throat. Everything all right? He asked him, and Orochimaru raised his head to look at him. It was just the two of them except for Aya, the elderly woman who was so quiet at times most never knew she was in the same room with them. It's nothing, I am leaving Otogakure today and going to one of my bases south of here in the Land of Water. I have made plans to go there since the day before. He said to him, and Kimimaro looked at him. He had a base there, but it was a poorly maintained base. Am I to accompany you? He asked him as he usual would, and Orochimaru to his surprise shook his head. No, I am going by myself as I have something special planned there. Away from prying eyes, not even Kabuto shall go. He is in charge while I am gone. He said and coughed again, but stopped after one time. I've heard about your little fight with Sasuke-kun today. Until I return, you two are not to interact with each other or your female companions in any way. Is that clear? Orochimaru said, turning a harsh look at him. I understand, Orochimaru-sama. Kimimaro replied obediently. Good, Konoha is dealing our job for us, destroying many of Akatsuki. The fools are making things so much easier for me with getting rid of those thorns in my side. He said with a smile. Sasori Kakuzu Haiden, that's 3 they have bested. While they destroy each other, I will obtain Sasuke's body soon and be immortal and wipe out the remnants of both. Your wife, I thought you should know, played a role in Sasori's demise. He told him, which came as a bit of a surprise, that Sakura had defeated an S-class ninja. Another thing, speaking of her. Orochimaru said, and his golden eyes glazed upon Kimimaro. Piercing eyes that would hold anyone in their grasp if he turned them on someone. Why is Sakura-chan not pregnant? Orochimaru asked, yet despite his pleasant tone he had anger in it, which was a deadly mix. You can't tell a woman is pregnant within a week, Orochimaru-sama. Kimimaro told him. Or perhaps her body rejected my sperm. He said to him as Orochimaru turned to glare at the last of the Kaguyas. I took her on our wedding night, what more do you want? He said to him, which was a lie. No one knew that Kimimaro had not once touched her in any way. He had no intention of doing so. He would not take Sakura against her will until she gave him permission to do so. Mate her again, and every hour, do it if you must get her pregnant. He told him in cold fury. I will return soon. He said, and got up and left. Kimimaro watched him leave, slamming the door shut, no doubt likely to kill the first person who talks to him. A strangled cry from outside seconds later confirmed his suspicion. You are lying. Aya, the old wretched crone, said to Kimimaro, who turned to glare at her. You have not taken the girl at all. She is still a virgin. She said to him knowingly, as if she knew all along he was lying to the Sannin. It is no matter to you of what I do. Kimimaro said to her, and she cackled but let out a wheezing cough. You are a pitiful child. The opportunity for rebirth is before you, yet you refuse to take it. She said to him. She is ripe, put your seed in her, so that fruit can harvest inside her. I won't harm her. Against her will. I took a vow when I married her to protect her as many of my clan do, and that includes protecting her from myself. She is a human being, not some animal for your twisted amusement. He will be furious once he hears. She said, and a bone knife sprouted out of his skin, and he appeared right in front of her, it against her throat. One word, one whisper, one even attempt to form a sentence to him, and I'll bleed you dry. He warned venomously to her. The old woman looked at him, showing no fear, despite her apparent imminent death. Yours shall be a most unpleasant fate if you continue to defy. She said, and suddenly she disappeared in a veil of smoke, her laughter in the room. Kimimaro stood in the room, knowing that when he saw her again, he would kill her. Later that night, Sakura had brushed her teeth as she was getting ready for bed, having put on a nightgown to wear for it. She looked on as she saw Kimimaro standing there, having wearing a sleeveless shirt and pants to bed. Sakura wouldn't admit it, but he was rather handsome, as he was well developed, as he was past teenager, and nearly a man now. Something seemed to be troubling him though. Is something wrong? She asked him. No, it's all right. He said to her, but Sakura could detect something was off. It's not nice for married couples to lie to each other. She said to him. You actually consider us married? He asked her as she stood before him. Sakura stared into his eyes that were hiding something from her. If you insist, I won't pry into it. Maybe you have to murder someone tomorrow. She said with a shrug of her shoulders, and walked past him, heading towards the bed. Sakura looked on as she got in it, as she pulled away the covers and climbed in. She looked back as Kimimaro got ready to go to the chair where he slept in. Having done so since they had been married, as he watched over her while she slept as a guardian. Kimimaro? Sakura called out to him. The Kaguya looked back at her. Sleep with me, please. There's plenty of room in the bed for the both of us. There's no need for you to sleep in a chair all night like you've been. It's not fair, as you shouldn't have to sleep like that. She told him. Are you sure? He asked her. Yes, Sakura told him with a smile. I trust you. She said, and scooted over, showing that he could lay with her. That she didn't fear him and knew he wouldn't harm her. She over the past week had grown to trust him. Kimimaro approached the bed and slowly got in, joining her on it. He laid down beside her, careful not to get too close. Good night. Sakura smiled at him and leaned her head against the pillow and shut her eyes, falling asleep in moments. Kimimaro laid there on the bed beside her, looking on. Kimimaro listened to how soft her breath was and how her chest rose and fell with each breath she took, as she was at peace for now, the bad dreams not bothering her. Kimimaro looked on at Sakura in the dark of the room as they laid together, and gently brought a hand up to stroke her hair and face. Such a peaceful creature, and trapped in a web that a wrong move could wind up being her demise. He wanted to make sure that when she walked this web she would tread carefully on it and not slip and fall to her doom. Feelings for her he had, that for all his years previously spent being devoted fully to Orochimaru he did not understand. Closing his eyes, he fell asleep as the two slept in the same bed for the very first time. He was unaware of her turning over so that she was laying on his chest. She was unaware of his arm wrapping around her figure, pulling her close. Chapter 6. A pair of eyes opened as the figure lying in the bed felt refreshed, as it had been the best sleep she had in weeks, as nothing had troubled her that night, as she had no bad dreams or nightmares for the first time. She felt something against her cheek, and she realized she was on something, and looking saw she was laying on the chest of Kimimaro. An embarrassed blush crossed Sakura's cheeks as she realized that she turned over in the night and laid on him, as she lifted her head up as they had slept together. She looked and saw his arm was around her waist, holding her protectively against him. Looking on at him, Sakura studied his face intently. Kimimaro slept quietly, yet his face looked peaceful for a change, as if sleep was the only time he could drop the facade of the stoic warrior he was. Sakura looked on at her husband, watching and examining his face. Tsunade had told her during her training as a medic when with a patient you could see how they was just by looking at how they slept. Kimimaro seemed calm and relaxed, but at the same time something seemed to be bothering him. Did he as the last of his clan saw the images of them being slaughtered in his dreams of that day when they battled mist and were wiped out except for him? Watching him, Sakura brought a hand up to touch his face when it twitched and his muscles tightened up as if sensing something. The arm around her pulled her down to her surprise against him and he prepared to stick out a knife from his other arm. Kimimaro. Sakura cried out and his eyes opened at hearing her voice and he looked down at the shocked Sakura who looked up at him. Their bodies were against and meshing each other's form as Sakura's heart thumped against his chest. He looked on at her as she stared at him as he instinctively had almost hurt her thinking she was an enemy. I am sorry, he said to her, removing his arm from her waist as she got up on the bed. I didn't mean to do that, I thought you was. It's okay. I understand. Sakura told him, calming him down and making sure her heart didn't burst out of her chest right now. It's my fault as well, I shouldn't have tried to touch you just now. Did I hurt you? Other than scaring me for a bit, no, I am fine. Sakura told him as the two looked on at each other. You've never had much contact with another person, have you? She asked him. No, I haven't. From when I could walk, I was basically told by my clan that any time someone touches you they have a chance to kill you. Kimimaro told her and she nodded her head in understanding as she had heard and been taught similar lessons at the academy. He got off the bed and turned and exited the bedroom. Part of him ashamed that he had nearly hurt her. I need to see Jugo, he mumbled to himself as he got dressed and got ready to leave. Where are you going? Sakura called out to him as she approached him, having gotten dressed as well. I am going to see Jugo. Jugo? He is my friend. The only person here I could call a friend. He told her. He lives in the dungeons. He said to her, and her eyes widened. For his own protection more so than anyone else's. He explained to her. Let me see him, she said to him, and he frowned skeptically at her. Please let me, if he's your friend then I know he won't do anything to try and harm me. I think of you and Tayuya as my friends and Oto as well. She said to him. All right, but if anything happens, we're leaving, understand? He told her, and she nodded. Kimimaro led Sakura down to the dungeons and Sakura stayed closer to him due to how dark and cramped it was. She didn't look into the cells, not wanting to see the state of those who Orochimaru experimented on. They soon came to a door and Kimimaro reached the handle and opened it. Kimimaro? A voice said, and they saw in a cell by himself an orange-haired boy around his age. Sakura looked on as she saw the figure who sat on a cot by himself. Jugo, are you well? Kimimaro asked him and he smiled faintly. Yes, I am. Oh. He said as he spotted Sakura. Is that your wife? He asked as she stroked a mouse gently. Indeed, this is Sakura Haruno. Kimimaro said, introducing her. She's pretty. I am glad you're happy about your marriage. Jugo responded. Sakura saw him and to Kimimaro's surprise walked towards the cell and stretched her hand out. Jugo saw this and held out his own hand as well towards her. Kimimaro was on guard, ready to do something if Jugo's body acted up, and he went into a berserk stage. But to his surprise Jugo remained calm and nothing happened as he held his hand against her own. No one before had ever touched him except for Kimimaro and Orochimaru without him going into one of his rages. Why is he locked up? Sakura asked as she looked on at him. I locked myself up voluntarily, he spoke up. My family's Kekai Genkai at times forces us to go into a berserk state. He said as his suddenly voice grew louder and angry and his body began to change and Sakura gasped. But Jugo quickly regained control and returned to normal. I came here so Orochimaru-sama could find a way to fix it so I won't be a threat to others. He has to be locked up due to it. If he wasn't he could wreak havoc and destruction on anything if he snapped and went into a rage. Kimimaro told her and she nodded her head in understanding as it only so he could not hurt another. I hope for the day I get out of here, Jugo said with a sad smile. Sakura, do you like birds? He asked her. Yes. Me too, I hope to see and hear the birds sing one day soon. At times I strain myself and think I can hear their chirps if I listen closely. He told them. The mice are okay, but they aren't good singers or talkers. He mentioned to them as he lowered his hand and allowed one to run up his shoulder and nest on it, being careful not to disturb it. You'll be out of here soon, Jugo. I promise you. Kimimaro said to him, and he smiled at the Kaguya. The pinkette had a feeling of doubt in her stomach. Orochimaru likely didn't care about fixing his condition. Only if he could use him for his advantage, as he had done so many others before in the past. If Tsunade was with him, she'd likely able to cure his insanity and heal him. Sakura looked on at the poor soul and whispered a small prayer to anyone who'd be listening for him to get better and no longer be confined to a cage. Scene change. A group of shinobi are shown on a boat going against the sea later that night. The moon was covered up by clouds, covering them in darkness, which aided them as no one would spot the ship. Naruto Uzumaki stood on the bow of the ship quiet, not saying anything as he looked on ahead, his eyes piercing through the darkness. With him was Tenten as well, the two looking straight ahead, ignoring the breeze of the wind. His blue eyes now like ice that showed anger in them. The two listened on as the 24 ninja stood before Kakashi. The ones who had been picked and chosen for the mission. Sakura Haruno is now mine by right due to marrying one of my men to her. She is now a ninja of Otogakure. Kakashi said as he stood at the helm of the ship with the crew looking on. He was reading the scroll that had been sent to them by Orochimaru a week ago. Preparations had been made and the group who had been assigned and chosen to rescue Sakura Haruno listened in. I sent to you the last remnant of the girl's virginity, she cried tears of joy the night of her wedding when she lost it. Kakashi said and held up the single strand of pink hair as his eyes blazed with cold anger, and so did the eyes of everyone who looked on at it. She is currently on her honeymoon with her loving husband, a nice relaxing stay at water country, the two of them. Perhaps when she is with child I'll send you the photos of the babe after it's born and you can see how happy she is with us and no longer wishes to be a part of Konoha, which I shall soon rule. He said as he finished reading the letter out loud to them. Naruto snarled hearing it and Tenten grasped his hand, squeezing it tightly in her own, and he clutched it as they turned around as Kakashi looked on at all assembled. They violated and ravished her body against her will. Our friend, my student. Your friend. One of Konoha's own. Kakashi said to them all. Everything they did to her, they've done to every one of us. Kakashi said, his voice growing stronger and more filled with fury as they are shown approaching a building with Tenten and Naruto at the front of the ship looking on at it. As long as Sakura is held by them and they can do whatever they want to her with impunity, the leaf name means nothing. His voice called out as they made their way, determined to rescue their captured friend and bring her back to where she belonged. The building was in fact one of Orochimaru's forts and bases that he had, and a number of sound ninjas were shown on patrol on it. Quietly they made their way to the side under the cover of darkness. A sound nin was shown on patrol when he thought he heard an kaka sound. Gripping his spear, he went towards the source of the noise, investigating it. And looked around. Another bird-like noise was heard and a splashing sound was heard. Curious, he leaned over the wall to see what bird had showed up. A kunai hit him directly in the skull and he fell backwards to the floor dead as Tenten scaled over the wall, having killed him. Naruto, Kakashi, and a group of Umbu scaled over the wall as well and hid the body and hid in the corners. Another sound ninja, having heard a ruckus, appeared investigating and having turned the corner unaware of them hiding, was grabbed from behind and had his throat slit and dropped to the ground dead. Kakashi silently made hand motions giving out orders to them to dispatch any guards stealthily, and they split up. The trained professional killers stalked the sound ninjas who were on guard, many who had little outstanding features, and cut them down without a noise as they infiltrated the base. Naruto dropped down on two of them from above and slammed his fists onto their heads, knocking them out. A door opened and another ninja, this one younger, saw him and his eyes widened when he spotted them knocked out and went to run and shout out what was happening. Naruto tackled him to the ground before he could make a single step and grabbed him and hoisted him up as Tenten put a dagger to his throat. Where is Sakura Haruno? Naruto demanded to know, pulling him up close to his face. The ninja looked at him confused. I don't know who you're. Where is she? He demanded again, and his eyes changed color, turning blood red, and the shinobi involuntarily wet himself, as it was like staring into a monster's eyes as he was forced to look at him. Take us to the dungeons. Tenten ordered him, and grabbing him by the collar, forced him to lead the way. Naruto looked back at Kakashi, who nodded at him as they had taken care of things here, as he saw them barricade a door to prevent more from coming in. They'd buy them the time they needed to save Sakura. The ninja lead them down the stairs, and to a room where they were kept at. When they got there and forced him to open the door to it, Tenten bashed his head into the wall to knock him out and dropped him to the floor as they went in. Sakura? Sakura! Naruto cried out as he looked for her. Those in the cells who had been experimented on and tortured by Orochimaru and Kabuto to being driven past the point of madness shrieked and howled at them, cowering in their cells. They looked in dreading to see Sakura in such a state as one of them. She has to be around here somewhere. Tenten muttered as they looked around, as the dungeon was poorly lit, forcing them to squint to make sure they didn't miss anything. If they couldn't find her soon, all the sound ninjas in the base would realize what was happening, and then they'd be in trouble. They searched and looked for her, but she wasn't in any of them. What's taking so long? A voice said as three Umbu approached down the steps, joining them. The sound means inside the base have realized what's going on and are trying to break down the door. We can't hold them forever. We're still trying to find her. Naruto told them. Haunting mocking laughter was heard all around them suddenly, and their eyes widened as they realized they wasn't alone in it. So predictable. A voice said, and they all looked around, trying to figure out the source of it as they looked around. The mice have taken the cheese, and now it's the cat's turn to have his fun. The voice said, and the lights in the dungeon turned on, and a figure was shown. Orochimaru himself was revealed standing there. Orochimaru! Naruto shouted in shock and disbelief at seeing him. This has turned into quite a fun evening, he said to them who looked on as he stood before them. I knew the moment I sent that letter you'd come rushing. This was a setup. Orochimaru made us think she was here. Naruto realized in horror as they had played right into a trap set by him. One of the Umbu charged Orochimaru, slashing at him with his sword, and he dodged it easily and pulled out a knife and caught his sword hand, and snapping and breaking it, batted the mask away, stabbed it into his eye, killing him. The others rushed him, attacking as one, mixing in weapon and taijutsu against him. Orochimaru dodged the attacks, avoiding them as they attacked expertly. Orochimaru weaved and twisted his body to avoid their attacks, blocking them and parrying them. A snake emerged from his shoulder and spat out a blade into the air, and he caught his dreaded Kusanagi sword and blocked and disarmed them, as they were no match for his swordsmanship as they were put on the defensive. He knocked and disarmed them of their weapons, and cleaved one's face in half. And summoned a snake, which wrapped around the other and sank its fangs into his face. A blonde blur charged Orochimaru and attacked him, his eyes full of rage as he fought the Sannin. Where's Sakura? Naruto shouted as he threw attacks at him, and Orochimaru dodged it. Tenten threw dozens of kunai at him, and he blocked them with a barrier. Where is she? He demanded to know as Orochimaru cruelly smirked at them. She's with her husband. Orochimaru taunted them, infuriating Naruto. Bastard! Tenten cursed and summoned a Kusarigama and threw the chain at him to bind him. Orochimaru dodged it and rammed his fist into her, sending her flying. Naruto caught her before she hit the wall, catching her, and she winced as she may have had broken ribs. Time for you to die, Orochimaru said as he prepared a jutsu to kill them, and they looked on as there was nowhere for them to run or hide. Suddenly Orochimaru's expression changed to one pain as he began coughing and hacking and clutched his chest as he coughed in pain and to their surprise spat out blood. Naruto now! Tenten shouted at him as they had a chance. Right! Naruto shouted and prepared a Rasengan. He didn't know what just happened, but he wasn't going to let it go to waste. Orochimaru quickly, before he could throw it, hit a switch and the cell doors opened, letting out many of the insane experiments. Kill them, he ordered them, and departed as he disappeared. The occupants ran out of their cells and charged Naruto and Tenten, who braced themselves for the fight. After 10 minutes, they had slain them all and each leaned on one another to catch their breath and support. One got up suddenly and charged them only to be hit with a raikiri to the face by Kakashi. "Where's Sakura?" Kakashi asked them, and he noted their dejected looks and realized it had gone wrong. "She's not here. It was a trap all along," Tenten said to him, and he slowly nodded his head in realization. "I see, come on. We have to get out of here. There's too many for us to fight," he told them, and they ran back to the top where the others fought against the sound ninjas who had broken free of the door and engaged them. Kakashi threw a large smoke bomb down that covered the place, and they and the others leapt over the walls into the water and sprinted back to the ship, dodging missiles and arrows fired at them. The group panted and heaved as they made it to the ship, which began to sail away. The mission had been a failure as Sakura was not there and hadn't been there at all. They had been tricked into going there and suffered wounds, and some dead. Kakashi checked the wounds of one and saw Naruto walk past him, his head down, not saying anything at all to him or the others. He looked on at his student as he stood at the bow looking on ahead. Mentally, Naruto beat himself up over what had happened. How could he have been so gullible? He should have known it was a trap from when they got the message and that she wasn't here at all. He had made Tsunade let him take them on it, and many were hurt in the fight and some had been killed. He had let his anger get the better of him again. A hand touched his shoulder and he turned to look at Tenten, who had her ribs and stomach bandaged up from her injury. "Naruto, I promise you we will get her back one day." Tenten bowed to him and he looked at her, and his eyes became filled with determination again, as they weren't going to give up. Scene change. The next day, Sakura had just finished up with some wounded at the infirmary at Otogakure. She had to help the wounded and sick there, as she had been given orders by Kabuto to do so. Sakura had put her skills to work and began administering healing chakra to their wounds and helping them recover. Enemies though they may be, they didn't deserve to be in pain and suffer due to Kabuto not bothering to do so. She had done the task, healing many injuries, and to her surprise, almost all of them had thanked her for what she had done. It made her feel good inside that they did appreciate her saving them. Sakura was by herself, seated at a table drinking tea, when a person came in. "Ah, I see the young wife is here," the old woman who stepped in said. Sakura recognized her as she had seen her at the wedding, who also seemed to stare at her intently during it and nod at Orochimaru during the reception. "Who are you?" Sakura asked, as the woman seemed as old as Chio, but looking at her she saw she lacked much of what the legendary medic of Suna had. Chio, despite her apparent coldness, was capable of passion and care. She, on the other hand, seemed to take delight in cruelty. "I am a child," the white-haired woman said to her. "I have had much interest in you," she told Sakura. "When you was brought here, you was originally going to be used for an experiment which would likely kill you," she said to the girl. "I talked to Orochimaru-sama, and he agreed not to do it as he listened to what I have to say." "Why?" Sakura asked, a bit confused at her words. "Why did you stop him from doing that?" "So you could bear children, silly girl," Aya told Sakura. "I talked to you and convinced him to have you wed Kimimaro and bear his children, which I sense he hasn't done yet," she noted in distaste. Sakura scowled at her. First Orochimaru, then Kabuto, now this old geezer. Did they expect her to spread her legs and automatically pop out a baby or something? Why is it so important for me to have Kimimaro's child?" Sakura asked her, and the elderly woman smiled, showing few teeth in her mouth. "I am a fortune teller, child. I can see the future, and Orochimaru knows what is in store for him," she said, and pulled out a few coins that were blank. She tossed them on the table and Sakura looked on as suddenly images began to appear on the coins. "There. Do you see?" she said, and Sakura saw a snake appear on one of them, a bone on another, and a cherry blossom on another one. "They represent the future, the bone and blossom," she said, referring to them representing her and Kimimaro. "Shall be brought together in marriage under Orochimaru-sama's eye. The once extinct clan shall be brought back to prominence and wipe out those he commands as his loyal soldiers." That is what I have foreseen, as I have done it many times, and each result is the same. She said, and more images appeared on different coins. A leaf and a melody note, as well as the symbol of the Uchiha clan beneath the snake. Konoha shall fall before Otogakure and be destroyed once he has taken Sasuke's body as his own, and he shall rule over all. That is what I have been granted to see. She said, and scooped the coins up with her hand and went to put them back. You missed something, Sakura told her suddenly, and the woman looked at her confused. The bone will pierce through the snake and slay it. Meaning Kimimaro will go against and kill Orochimaru. She said, and Aya looked down and seen that she had gotten the one that represented Kimimaro had bumped into a snake representing Orochimaru and knocked it over. Aya looked on at it wordlessly, and Sakura smirked. And by the look it, he's poised to strike down Sasuke and kill him as well. She said as it looked ready to collide against the one with the Uchiha fan on it. Didn't see that in your crystal ball, did you nasty old witch? You know nothing, child. Aya told her with a scowl and put them back in her pouch. I know that a good friend of mine told me, and someone who was more stubborn than him, that fate isn't decided or predetermined, that anyone can choose what they do in their life, that's it's not already played out for them or set in stone. Sakura told her, not backing down. Aya sneered at her and walked away. A gurgling cry was heard as a man fell down, a bite mark on his throat, having been killed by poisonous fangs. Kimimaro dismissed the snake he had summoned and looking down at the dead man. The same one who had made the lewd remarks about Sakura at the wedding. I seem to recall promising to kill you for your remarks. He told him and turned and walked away, leaving the corpse. Chapter 7. The sounds of fighting at a training area in Oto was heard as two people are shown fighting one another, having been there for hours. Kimimaro and Sakura were engaged in battle against one another, him wielding a pair of bone swords whilst Sakura had a pair of kunai in her hands. The two fought against one another as they parried and countered each other's blows. Sakura ducked under a slashing attack and went for his neck, which he blocked with his other sword. Sakura back-flipped gracefully away from him, landing on her feet, and wiped sweat off her forehead as he was good as she was getting a first-hand experience in how deadly he was. He might even be a match for Kakashi with his skill and ability. She charged him and leapt up, using the sun's light behind her to make him squint, and dove down, aiming for his chest. Kimimaro dodged it at the last second, avoiding her kick, and spun and did a kick, knocking one of her kunais out of hand. Sakura threw a hard fist, which he blocked with his arm, stopping it. With his hardened skeleton due to his Kekai Genkai, only her hardest punches would have a crack at actually harming him. Sakura charged him and threw a combo at him, which he blocked and parried, forcing her backwards as he attacked with his swords and knocked her other kunai out of hand, forcing her back against a tree. Kimimaro went for a blow to her head when she performed hand symbols and was replaced with a log that took the hit as she performed the Kawarami. She reappeared behind him and, grasping a rock, pulled it out of the ground and tossed it at him. Kimimaro struck it and caused it to shatter, and Sakura emerged from it, charging him, having a clear shot. She did not notice his other sword, which dangled low. The blade ran across the ground, uplifting dirt and hitting her right in between the eyes, blinding her. Sakura clumsily stumbled forward as she passed him, and she felt the flat end of his sword come up against her bottom, hitting it, causing her to let out an undignified squeak in return. Scowling as she wiped her eyes clear, she turned to glare at him at what he had just did, who smirked at her and rushed him, throwing fists at Kimimaro, who aptly dodged them. His speed was unbelievable, as it rivaled or maybe even surpassed that of Rock Lee. Another reason Sasuke's Sharingan couldn't work on him was that he was too fast to track and follow. Kimimaro dodged her hits and occasional kicks that she threw. Sakura was good, he'd admit. The girl having mastered chakra from Tsunade to boost her strength to Herculean levels of power. Kimimaro avoided them as she pulled out shuriken and threw them, which he deflected with his sword. He, like in his fight against Sasuke, planted his swords in the ground and launched himself at her, connecting with Sakura and knocking the wind out of her. Kimimaro then rushed the staggered girl before she could react. His arm wrapped around her waist and, holding her arms, prevented her from doing anything as he pressed himself against her and had his sword poised for the killing blow at her head, as there was nothing she could do to stop him from ending her life if he chose. I yield, she said to him in defeat, and Kimimaro allowed a smile to form on his face as he retracted his sword back into his arm as he held her. holding her there and not letting her go, but Sakura didn't protest or question what he was doing. The two then sensed someone was watching them and they turned and saw someone spying on them having watched them train. Uchiha. Kimimaro muttered as he looked on up ahead at the figure on the hillside. Sasuke looked on at the two, a glare in his eyes as Kimimaro and Sakura looked back at him as they saw him standing there. He had not said a word as this was the first time either had seen him since the training incident. Sakura stood beside her husband standing with him as she looked on at Sasuke. She looked on at his blue eyes, which showed nothing. No happiness, no joy, no life, only disdain and anger which had become the norm for his features. Sasuke looking on at him silently turned and walked away, going out of sight as he disappeared in the distance. Only until he was gone did they speak up as Kimimaro loosened his hold on her. Never be around him by yourself. Kimimaro told her. He'd likely try to kill you if he ever had the chance to do so. He said to Sakura, who looked at him, knowing his words should be heeded. If this was the 12-year-old fresh genin, she would have accused him and called him jealous of Sasuke and claimed that he was only trying to stir up trouble. But the near 16-year-old medical kunoichi knew that he was right with his words and warning he was giving her. Sasuke has threatened her before at grass and now would kill her without a thought. He was past the point of no return now. Naruto, I wish I hadn't made you take that stupid promise. She whispered to herself, thinking of him. Naruto, was that the obnoxious blonde I met 3 years ago who chased after him? Kimimaro asked her as he heard her. Sound means do have a distinct advantage when it comes to noise after all. Yes, he myself and Sasuke were on a team. He sees himself as the next Hokage of Konoha. She told him with grin. That fool wishes to be Hokage? Kimimaro said in disbelief, remembering how easily he had slaughtered his Kagebushin in seconds, and how dismissive the idiot had been who only seemed to survive due to luck, certainty, not to talent. Kimimaro likely would have gutted him if it wasn't for that leaf Nin showing up, giving him a chance to get past him. They'll be signing their own death warrant if they allowed him to be. He said, dismissing him as a fool. Sakura allowed a smile as she too had underestimated Naruto's dream that he had to be Hokage of Konoha. Many had looked down upon him only for him to time and time again to prove himself to everyone. She still had no doubt he would become Hokage one day and would be the greatest Hokage the world would ever see. What about you? Don't you wish to be something other than Orochimaru's hound? She asked him, and he turned to look at her. You don't care about that bastard anymore and would rather get the heck out of here and start new lives even in Konoha. All we need to do is wait for him to go off somewhere and we can escape. Hold your tongue, his eyes are everywhere. He advised her, knowing that Orochimaru could be spying on them this very instant. Sorry, Sakura replied, as it had been over a month since the wedding. Sakura had gotten more used to being in Oto but still planned the day she went home. Orochimaru, he had told her of how Naruto and them had tried to save her only to be lead into a trap at the Land of Water, and it took everything she had not to lunge at him and rip his smug face off. But surely you have something in mind you wish to do. Kimimaro was silent for a long moment. To make his own choice of what he could do with his life? What he wanted to do with it? He had never fathomed the thought before, as the only thing that had mattered had been the orders and wishes of Orochimaru. But now, since Orochimaru's sole thought were towards Sasuke, Kimimaro had lost the zealously he once had for him. Sakura looked on at him, surely there was something he wanted to do of his own. Kimimaro was about to say something when a sound ninja appeared. Kimimaro, Orochimaru-sama has commanded your presence at once. The ninja told the two. Sakura frowned at the interruption as he was just about to talk. I am going with you. She told him, who nodded. The two were soon at Orochimaru's throne room, standing before the snake Sannin, who was slouched on his throne looking on at them. Kimimaro, I have an assignment for you. Orochimaru told him, and looking at him, Sakura noticed something seemed off about him. Go to the village of Osi, he ordered him, and Kimimaro knew what he was talking about. Osi was a small village in the Land of Sound. It was a constant prey of bandit attacks and marauders. Yet despite it, Orochimaru showed no concern on his face over it. They have pulled out all their resources and funds for aid. Go there and deal with it. He ordered him, giving him a command. Kimimaro looked on at Orochimaru and his eyes drifted to Sakura and then back to him, who he noticed seemed to be having trouble concealing his wheezing. Sakura goes with me, Kimimaro stated. She is a medic and no doubt there will be some who'll need healing there. She'll be more use there than here, he told Orochimaru. Very well, go, Orochimaru said, and his eyes Sakura noticed lingered on her belly. Kimimaro motioned for her and she turned and walked away as they exited his chambers. Why did you do that? Sakura asked him as he volunteered her. You wanted to come and I could use your help there, Kimimaro told her as they walked through the compound. Plus, as I said, you being alone with Sasuke in this area will lead to your demise, he said to the Pinkette. Good point, Sakura muttered as she had been planning on examining the diagrams for Tayuya's legs so she could study them and figure out how she was going to heal them. You didn't just put healing chakra in a person's legs as some believed. She needed to study the injuries and wounds so she could know what it was she had to do so she could restore them. Come on, Kimimaro said as they exited the mansion. We must make haste, it'll be an hour to get there, he said and sprinted into a run, and Sakura quickly followed after him. Scene change. Naruto, a voice said, and the blonde-haired boy who was seated opened his eyes and saw a white-haired figure approach. It's time. What do you mean? Naruto asked, a bit confused. There's not much time left, kiddo. Jiraiya, the Toad Sannin, said to him. It's time for you to fulfill your training and go visit the toads. I don't get it, Naruto said to him, and Jiraiya allowed a small smirk. Kiddo, you have to do this. There's no time left. You have to put what you're doing on hold for now and go see the toads and master what I couldn't, he said to Naruto. But Naruto protested to him. I've got to find Sakura. She's still out there somewhere. Orochimaru, that sick creep, is still holding her prisoner. I am not giving up on rescuing her, and neither is Kakashi Tsunade, Tenten-chan, or the others, he argued with him. Naruto, I know the girl means a lot as she's your best friend, but if you don't do it, lots of people are going to get hurt and die, he told him, and Naruto looked at him. You can't put this off any longer. You have to finish your training. Once you have completed it and defeat the foe who will soon seek you out, you can burst into Oto and find her single-handedly if you wanted to. Jiraiya told him, apart regretting sounding so harsh, but he saw no choice. Naruto had to realize the seriousness of this situation and how fast he needed to gain the strength for it. It's time, boy, time for you to achieve your dream. The dream means nothing if my friends aren't there, all of them, to witness it, Naruto told him, and Jiraiya sadly smiled at him and put his hand on his shoulder to the kid who was his grandson and all but in blood. Naruto, I truly believe you'll be a great Hokage and one who I'll be honored to call it. But it's time, go to the toads and train with them. Sakura would want this as well. Naruto quietly got up and looked at him, pupil and master staring at one another. Quietly nodding, he turned and walked away, preparing for his ultimate test. Scene change. Sakura had been to many places, some that were happy and others that were sad. And the village of Osi reminded her of Wave so many years ago when she and the others first saw it. The place was run down and there seemed to be an air of constant dread and alert, as if any given moment an attack could happen. Kimimaro and Sakura looked on as, although the place was built strong, constant attacks had weakened it considerably. They could not hope to survive a strong assault. Bandits had been gathered by the hundreds and were planning an attack. All the signs were in the air that battle was going to happen soon, which would decide the fate of the place and if it would live or not. A dismal place, Kimimaro noted as he looked around, as they were doing what they could to shore up defenses before the attack and making plans on how to beat them back. They know that this day might be their last, he said, looking on. Orochimaru, despite it being in sound, cared little for it or the other small villages around the place. Most of them weren't ninjas, Sakura noted, despite wearing the Hatayates and gear, let alone soldiers. Just ones who had been forced to fight and grabbing whatever weapon they could find to do so by him. Sakura saw the wounded and knew they needed her help, as there was no medics in the place. Most would be gone soon if she did not help them. The two soon came to a room where others were at, which included Suigetsu as well, who was there to Kimimaro's surprise. The bandits are planning an assault at the gate. They intend to bring up a ram and break through, Kimimaro said as he looked over the drawings of the map. If they get through and have too many numbers, we won't be able to beat them back without heavy casualties. It'd be a Pyrrhic victory if that happens. At all costs, the gate must stand if this place is going to survive. Then it's just a matter of breaking their spirits and morale, he told them. Sounds simple enough, Suigetsu said with a smirk, thinking it effortless. Fine, then you'll lead the attack since you're so confident, Kimimaro told him, and he scowled at him. Stop them from getting to where they can put up their ram. Cover fire will be provided from the walls to aid you. Flood the area and wash them away. If you insist, Commander, Suigetsu said with a mocking salute, and Kimimaro glared at him as the rest of the meeting went. Sakura later on was tending to wounded who were grateful for her showing up and helping them as she healed their wounds and their illness that plagued them, putting them back in fighting shape and giving them some chance to survive. Sakura could only imagine though how many could be dead by the time it was all over. There, you're good to go, Sakura told the final one and wiped her forehead and popped in a soldier pill to restore her chakra. Bless you, the ninja said and walked off, no longer affected by his injury. Sakura, a voice said, and Kimimaro appeared before her. I trust you are ready for battle, he said to her. I may not be able to protect you in this. I understand, and I am not someone who'll need protecting, Sakura told him, looking at him. I've been in plenty of fights before and I know what to do so I can win and I can survive it. Wouldn't expect no different from the one who defeated Sasori, Kimimaro told her with a smile, and Sakura blushed a bit in flattery that he knew. A bell began to ring and people rushed through the place, and they knew that battle was soon at hand. They made it to the walls on the gate and looked out ahead. They're here, Kimimaro said, looking on, and they could sense they was close. The bandits nearby ready to strike and attack and loot OSI. Sakura looked on and clenched her hands into fists, taking a deep breath ready for it. Just faintly, she could hear the sound of marching. Archers were poised on the walls ready to ensure a volley of arrows. The battle was soon had as the bandits made themselves known as arrows were fired at the walls but fell short. Hold! Kimimaro shouted, knowing it was likely a trick to make them waste their own supply. The bandits then emerged from the trees, charging and numbering in the hundreds. In the back, being pushed by them, was a great ram meant to be used to destroy the gate now. Kimimaro commanded and they let loose with their own arrows. A few were hit, but they kept coming at them as it did little to hold them back. A sound ninja next to Sakura was hit in the face by an arrow, killing him, and he stumbled and fell backwards to the ground. She grabbed a bucket of rocks and threw them at them, hitting some in the head. Attack! Kimimaro ordered, and those under Suigetsu's command went into battle, engaging them. Suigetsu using his body's special ability to deflect and suffer no injury from their attacks. Some, however, slipped past and getting grappling hooks scaled the walls. Kimimaro sprouted bone swords from his wrists and decapitated the first one who climbed over, cutting his head off cleanly, but a dozen more followed after him, engaging them in hand-to-hand combat. Keep them off the walls! Sakura shouted as she grabbed a hook and pulled it off, breaking it, sending the bandit falling down to the ground. The attack was fast and hard as they sought to overcome them with numbers, but the sound ninjas held their ground and beat them back, preventing them from scaling the walls and causing damage. If they could keep this up, they'd be able to win and break their spirits. Suddenly, the entire area lit up as fire arrows shot into the air and hit the ground, and flames lit up and covered the field. Screams of terror and horror were heard, and Sakura and Kimimaro could only watch on as many were burned from the attack, as the bandits had come prepared for it, as they had put pig waste and linseed oil on the ground and set it aflame. Smoke and fire covered the entire area, as some unlucky enough to be caught in the trap were burned alive in it. Get them back in! Kimimaro ordered them, and the gate was quickly opened, letting them back in and shut to stop the bandits, who resumed their march. Suigetsu and the survivors, less than half, made it back in. Suigetsu breathed hard as he was covered with soot. Seeing a canteen, he grabbed it and opened his mouth and took a deep drink and threw it away as it was only partial full. Suigetsu, Kimimaro said to him. What happened out there? He demanded to know. They lured us out there. It was all a feint for the trap. The entire field's on fire. I ain't going back out there and dry up like a raisin. Suigetsu told him as he grabbed another canteen and drank it full. Get back out there and make the field unsuitable for their ram. Kimimaro ordered him, and Suigetsu spat at him. Piss on you, I am leaving. There's no point in staying here, this place is good as dead. Orochimaru knows it as well. He said and turned and exited as he was deserting the fight. Coward. Sakura said in disgust as she watched him leave. Morale in the place plummeted as they watched him leave, exiting. The group losing their will to fight. The brigands brought up their ram unopposed and began to slam it into the gate under the command of their leader. Once they broke through the gate, the village was theirs to sack and loot as they see fit. No one tried to stop them at all. Kimimaro looked on as some threw their weapons to the ground, intent on giving up then and there and waiting for death in their last moments. What do we do? Sakura asked him, and Kimimaro put his head down. They could make it out of here, but doing so would leave all of them at their mercy. Slowly he raised his head up. I'll lead the attack, Kimimaro said, speaking up. I'll lead the attack. He said again, his voice loud and clear, and those looked onto him. Form up, all of you, and listen to me. He said to the ninjas. There's another way out we can use, and get them in the rear without them knowing. Listen. He said to them, and they heard the sound of the gate being battered. That's your gate they're battering down. If they get past it, it'll be your homes, they burn your families, they'll kill your women, they'll ravage. He told them of the fates in store for them if they got in. Don't fight for Orochimaru, don't fight for the Uchiha, don't fight for Kabuto, 'cause they won't fight for you. Don't fight for riches or glory, fight if only so that you and your families can live. He shouted to them, all his words having an effect on them as they found courage. These men who are knocking on your door mean to send you to Shinigami, the god of death. He said and held out his sword high. What do you say we send them to him instead? He asked, and they gave out a battle cry, their spirits lifted. Slam it and bash it, you worthless scum. The bandit leader shouted at his men. This place won't plunder itself. He barked as they brought it back as the gate was beginning to give way. Just a few more hits and they'd have access to it and its riches. They brought it back ready to slam it, and his grin grew as this was it. Kimimaro, Sakura, and a group who had exited through a passage saw them as they were unaware of them having made their way behind them. Now! Kimimaro shouted, and they rushed them much to their surprise, and cut some down even before they had the chance to react. The bandits were surprised at the attack, and the sound ninjas fought against them, fighting for their lives and their families. Sakura threw a combo and uppercut one into the sky, and when he fell back down, kicked him into a pair of others. Dodging an attack, she stomped the ground, causing a tremor and make them lose their balance. She then charged the ram, channeling all her strength, and shattered it with one punch. Kimimaro spun and danced, cleaving his way through them, dead bone pulse being unleashed, which the bandits who had never seen anything like it could hope to counter as he fought. The battle was ferocious and hard, and in the end victory was had. Kimimaro slew the bandit chief himself, cutting off his head as the brigands fled as they had achieved victory, defeating them as a great cry erupted from the sound means. Kaguya! 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 They shouted, chanting his name in unison to him, which he looked at them as they and the entire village cheered and called out his clan's name. Confusion spread across his face as they chanted in celebration as he had led them to victory and survival, not only for themselves, but for their families. He felt a hand touch his arm, and he saw Sakura covered in dirt smiling at him as she mentioned for him to look at the ones who were cheering him. Scene change. The door silently creaked open, and a red-headed glasses-wearing female entered the room and looked around. Shutting the door, she cautiously looked around. Kimimaro and Ms. Sunshine won't be back for a while, Karen muttered as she looked around, examining their chambers, having snuck in while they was gone. The redhead having picked the lock and entered the room to look around, she examined the rooms, looking around the kitchen, helping herself to a snack, and examined the bathroom as well and the main room. Seeing nothing of interest, she made her way to the bedroom and went inside. Making her way to the bed, she examined them and pulled back the heavy covers and blankets as the girl looked on at the sheets of the bed, examining them. The sheets looked like they hadn't been changed at all, not in weeks. Even before the wedding, it seemed. The sheets would have had to have been changed due to what would have happened to Sakura's body when she lost her virginity, yet they looked clean and unblemished, which only meant one thing. They had not had sex at all. I knew it. Karen said with a dark grin, as Orochimaru, once he heard about this, would find this very interesting. Chapter 8. Alright, you can go. Kimimaro told the spy, who nodded before disappearing, who had just now reported to him. The Kaguya had his arms folded across his chest, having been told what had been going on. Not only throughout the elemental nations, but also throughout sound as well, keeping an eye on things. He could play the game of treachery and discreet that a ninja needed to in order to survive rather well, actually, despite people thinking he was witless just based on his clan's reputation they had gotten, as he could be rather cunning when he put his mind to it, yet the warrior within found it to be soiling to himself when he did it, as the man had just returned with the information. His grandfather, the patriarch of the Kaguyas, before he passed away, had told him when he was 3 that striking a man down in battle was clean and honorable, shooting him in the back with a bow and running to put the blame on another was something else entirely. Kimimaro looked on as he stood by himself in a field. It had been 2 days since OSI, and he had been hailed as a hero by them, chanting his name as the savior who lead them to victory. It had been an unusual feeling for him to experience it. The cheering of them all chanting his name as they smiled at him and celebrated having won against the bandits. He didn't know how to respond to it. Should he be happy that they accepted him and cheered? For the first time in his life, Kimimaro had been at a loss at how to act. A hissing and a rattling sound interrupted his thoughts, and he opened his eyes and turned and saw a rattlesnake nearby. Looking on at it, Kimimaro understood that it was a summon from one of the snake family. Its purple eyes locked onto Kimimaro's, who didn't show any fear to it. He too, like Orochimaru and Sasuke, could summon the snake if he chose to do so, as he had a contract with them as well. It was uncommon for Orochimaru to send a snake to him, and saw the reptile glaring at him, slithering out its tongue. Kimimaro, unlike most, approached the viper, who opened its mouth, revealing its gaping jaw and fangs inside. Kimimaro glared at it, showing that he wasn't intimidated by it. The snake hissed violently at him and spat out a scroll and disappeared in a poof of smoke. Kimimaro approached it and picked it up and unfolded it, seeing the message. My chambers. Now. Kimimaro looked on at the small but ominous message in it. Looking on at it, he felt a foul taste in the air, as if the very oxygen was affected by Orochimaru's mood right now. Orochimaru was demanding his presence, and delaying to go there would invite more vipers and his men as well. Kimimaro slowly left the woods and began to go at a brisk pace, heading towards the compound, a part of him dreading the meeting with Orochimaru. Scene change. Sakura was seated by herself on a chair in the village at a restaurant, having a glass of tea nearby, as the medic was looking on at the pictures of Tayuya's legs. Tomorrow she was going to work on her legs, and hopefully restore them, thus giving her back the ability to walk again. Sakura was preparing herself as she studied the images of the damaged limbs. She had healed injuries before, but never to the extent of this. She hoped she didn't mess up, as it would be a serious test for her, and would have to put everything she had learned over the years to the maximum. If she was successful, Tayuya would be walking again within a week or 2 after therapy for the first time in over 3 long years, since she had been paralyzed from the wounds she had received in the fight so long ago. As Sakura studied and looked on at them as she mentally prepared herself, she was unaware of a person approaching her from behind. So absorbed in it, she never heard a hand slowly appeared behind her and began to reach out to her head. Sakura whipped around, grabbing the hand, and slammed the person to the ground, pinning their arm behind their back, she on top of him, ready to snap and break it if they gave up any trouble. Please wait. A young sound ninja said to her urgently, who she had against the ground. I am sorry. I didn't mean to disturb you. He told her anxiously, his other arm up in surrender, and to show he did not mean any harm to her. Please let me up. He said to her, and Sakura cautiously let him off the floor. Looking on at him, she remembered him. She saw him at OSI when she and Kimimaro went there. She had healed him when she had gotten there. You saved me back there, me and the others. He told her in eternal gratitude. I doubt I could ever do anything to ever repay you. If not for you, I'd be dead by now. I've come here so that I could find you and express my thanks to you for saving me. The sound Nin told her. It was nothing. Sakura told him, and he shook his head. My duties as a medic dictate that I heal people. No, I am truly in your debt. You saved not only me, but many others there. If not for you and him, we would have all died back there. I'll never forget this so long as I live. He told her, bowing his head to her. You actually cared for us, you and Kimimaro. Kabuto and Orochimaru-sama never listened to our pleas for aid, as they were content to let bandits and marauders attack us. But you and him did. You came like an angel on the battlefield and saved us with your medical arts. He told her as he had suffered a wound and likely would have died from it before from another attack if they hadn't come to their aid. Sakura had healed his wounds, enabling him to fight again. You're welcome. Sakura told him with a smile to the ninja. You was the first ones who actually cared for us, Orochimaru-sama. He only sees us as tools. The two of you saw us as actual human beings. He said to her. Me and the others shall always remember what you did for us. He told her and bowed his head in gratitude and walked away. Sakura looked on as she watched him go, and her smile grew over his thanks that he had given her just now. They weren't the mindless evil minions. She had thought of them all as they were human beings just like her, who knew pain and joy and anguish and happiness. Sound actually was comprised of people who weren't evil, they just fought for the wrong person, that's all. Sakura watched on when she felt the hairs on the back of her neck start to stand up as she realized she wasn't alone. Slowly she turned around and faced herself, looking on at none other than Sasuke Uchiha, who stood before her just feet away. Sakura looked on at him and took a deep silent gulp, remembering Kimimaro's warning. Sasuke, she noticed, did not have his sword, but that didn't matter in the long term of things as he was still dangerous. Looking on, she saw him standing there as Green looked on at Blue for several moments. Sakura looked on at Sasuke, but unlike the time she was alone with him before over a month again, she did not show any fear or concern at him. She looked on at him, not backing down. Sasuke stared at her before he finally spoke up. You've changed. He told her. I am not the only one. You've changed as well, Sasuke, and not for the better by the look of things. She responded to him, and he scoffed at her. You've been training, what, 3 years with that creep? Using that hickey on your neck he gave you? This mark has given me more power than you could comprehend. He told her as he narrowed his eyes at her words. I have achieved more power with it than I could ever obtain at Konoha. He said to Sakura, who stood her ground, not having took a step back from him. Yeah, at the cost of your soul and whatever was that was good in you, which is now gone. Sakura told him. I've trained with Tsunade, and she told me all about that accursed thing on your neck, what it's done to you. You must be desperate if you would go with something that could kill you each time you use it. She said, and Sasuke glared at her. Does your husband enjoy taking you to bed every night? How many times has Kimimaro been inside you? He taunted her. Less than the times that Karen has had her mouth around your mini Uchiha. Sakura told him. I remember how you wanted us to have sex on our wedding night so you could watch us. Didn't take you for a lecher and peeping Tom. Kimimaro is a better man than 10 of you, and I am actually happy to be his wife. You're the same stupid annoying girl. Sasuke told her with a sneer, and you're the same self-entitled asshole everyone else saw you as that I ignored. Sakura responded to him without missing a beat. You ran away from Konoha because you were jealous of Naruto and saw that he was getting stronger than you. That's it, wasn't it? And it wouldn't surprise me if you'd ran away from here soon enough, because someone else is still stronger than you. You'll never be satisfied, you know that? She told him. You'll never obtain the power to beat him or your lousy brother, cause in your eyes it's never enough. You wouldn't be satisfied if you had the strength to blow up the world. You'd still claim you deserve more. You're pathetic. I can't believe I'd ever thought I could have feelings for you. You couldn't beat Kakashi or Naruto unless he threw the fight for you like he did before. That's the only reason you won against him, because he willingly threw the fight. You couldn't beat Kimimaro either, or even Lee right now, I'd wager. I'd bet I could kick your ass around here as well. Quite frankly, you're on the bottom rung of the ladder, by the look of things. Sasuke in fury went to smack her for daring to say such things to him. Sakura blocked the hit, surprising him at how easily she had done it, and she turned to glare at him. You will not strike me, or hit me, or belittle me anymore, she warned him. I will put up with the problems and pain you've dealt to me and the others no longer, Sasuke. You are no longer my teammate or my friend, Sakura told him as the 12-year-old foolish girl he remembered was no longer standing there as she batted his hand away. The only thing I see you as anymore is an annoyance, she said to him, throwing his words back at him. Sasuke snarled at her and turned and walked away. Sakura watched him go, not moving a muscle until he was gone and out of sight. Scene change. Kimimaro found himself entering Orochimaru's chambers. The snake Sannin, to his surprise, was looking worse than he had been before as he was on his bed and Kabuto was at his side, his hands glowing as he provided healing chakra. Orochimaru-sama, for what reason have you called me here? He asked him, and Orochimaru raised his head up and Kimimaro saw that his eyes that were locked on him meant death. You miserable, ungrateful wretch. Orochimaru hissed at him and Kimimaro looked at him confused. I gave you everything. I took you in after your clan was destroyed, made you my servant, gave you a home, had you resurrected from death itself and cured an opportunity to restore your clan, and this is how you repay me? He shouted in fury at him. Orochimaru-sama, do not toy with me. Orochimaru shouted at him. Do you take me for a fool? You have not bet her at all this entire time. He yelled at him and Kimimaro's eyes widened in shock at his words. Karen told me everything, and so has Aya. You haven't taken her virginity. The girl remains untouched. He yelled at Kimimaro, fury in his eyes for his deception. Kimimaro stood there as he realized the jig was up, as he now knew that he had went against his orders. If you will not have sex with her and get her pregnant, then I'll find someone who will. Orochimaru said to him, hissing at him. I'll give her to my men and let them have her way with her instead. You wouldn't dare. Kimimaro shouted at him in anger. I would. I've done many things, boy, and this would be a thing I would gladly do, so to make you pay for your disobedience. You was once my most loyal soldier, and now I wish I hadn't had Kabuto bring you back to life. He said to him and coughed in pain, and Kabuto put his hands on his chest to administer chakra. If you will not mate her, I will give her to my men and let them ravage and ravish her body as many times as they wish, then I'll have what's left of her given back to you. He vowed to him. Have sex with her tonight and get her pregnant, or else. Kimimaro stood there as he realized the seriousness of the situation. Are you stubborn enough to not do the job and instead let your wife be raped by 20 or so men instead? Orochimaru asked him. That will be Sakura's fate if you do not have sex with her. Your choice will decide her fate, so you had best make it now. He ordered him. Leave. He commanded him. Kimimaro looked on and wordlessly turned and exited his chambers. Orochimaru-sama, will he obey your orders? Kabuto asked him as he looked on. He will, unless he wants his wife to have a night in hell. Orochimaru vowed. Kimimaro walked through the compound, Orochimaru's words still in his mind just now. He couldn't believe what had happened just now. Having been told to have sex with Sakura, or else he would give her to his men to do as they please. Kimimaro knew he had no choice now, as he could not put it off any longer. But how could he explain this to Sakura? He had promised to protect her even from himself and refused to take her before she was ready when they were wedded. They had gotten close the past couple of weeks since then, but Kimimaro knew she wasn't ready. What could he do? If he went against his orders, she'd be raped repeatedly by them. But he could risk hurting her and taking her against her will, and he believed he couldn't live with himself if he did that to her. He had grown to deeply care about Sakura, and the last thing he wanted was to hurt her. He came to his chambers later that night after walking throughout the place all day and opened the door. "Hi," Sakura told him with a smile as she was listening to music from a radio as she saw him enter. "I haven't seen you all day," she told him, looking on at her husband who entered the room. "Are you hungry? I can cook something if you want something to eat." "I already ate, but I can fix something for you if you want," she told him. "No, I am not hungry," Kimimaro told her, and she shrugged her shoulders and continued listening to the music. Kimimaro looked on at her and took a deep breath and began to walk towards her. Sakura paid him no mind as the pinkette hummed along to the music. Kimimaro walked behind her and saw how peaceful she looked as she was at ease. He had no idea what he was supposed to say to her or do right now. How would she react if he told her that they had to have sex? Kimimaro stared on at the back of Sakura's head and his hands reached towards her. Sakura's eyes lit up as she felt his hands on her shoulders and they began to rub them. Confused, she turned to look at him as he gently caressed her shoulders, but he held her in position so that she couldn't move. "Hold still," he told her, and his fingers began to rub the back of her neck. Sakura stiffened but slowly started to relax as his fingers worked on her. She would have asked for this a month ago when they had been wedded if she knew how good he was and he could do that to her body. "That feels wonderful," Sakura said with a sleepy smile as he continued to do it, rubbing and massaging her back and shoulder blades gently. Kimimaro continued to massage her shoulders and Sakura let out a soft moan at what he was doing to her as he rubbed her joints and body as she leaned into his touch. She didn't know his hands could feel so good as he massaged her neck and shoulders. Kimimaro saw that she was enjoying this and lowered his head down to the back of her neck. Sakura's eyes widened as she felt the moist feeling on the back of her neck and realized that he was kissing her neck. He was planting soft kisses on it and a blush appeared on her face, pinker than her hair, at what he was doing just now as he kissed it. Never before had he been so bold to her. Sakura's head jolted and Kimimaro pulled away from her. He had expected this, he knew she would act this way the moment he started. Now he would have to tell her about what was going on. Her hand suddenly touched his. "Don't stop," she said to him softly suddenly. "Are you sure?" he asked her, looking on as she had a look in her eyes. "Yes," she replied as she was enjoying what he was doing. Kimimaro slowly leaned down and began kissing her neck again, and Sakura let out another moan and turned her head, allowing him access to more of her neck, which he began to kiss. Sakura brought her hand up around his head as she leaned into what he was doing, as she had never felt this. She turned her head to face him, the two, and their lips inches apart. Their breath mingled in with each other's as they stared at one another. Sakura tilted her head forward and kissed him on the lips, surprising him a bit that she had taken the initiative as they kissed one another. Their lips meshed against each other's as they kissed, their first real kiss they had with one another. Sakura gripped the table and stood up, and his arms came around her waist, gently holding her as she leaned against him as their eyes were shut as they continued to kiss husband and wife. Kimimaro pulled away from her and she smiled at him as Sakura found out that he was a good kisser as he had kissed her gently. His hands were on her waist and her medic skirt became unloose from her shorts and fell to the floor. Kimimaro looked on at her, taking in her figure and beauty. His lips trailed against her cheek and kissed the shell of her ear, running his lips across it. Sakura smiled at him, gently running her fingers through his soft hair as she looked on at him. She stared at the red dots on his forehead and gently got up on her tippy toes and kissed them. He flinched as she felt her lips against them but relaxed. "I am ready," she told him suddenly, a bit to his surprise. As he was about to tell her about what had happened with Orochimaru when she cut him off. "Are you sure?" he asked her, and she nodded her head at him, letting him know that she was ready. He nodded as well and kissed her, and Sakura moaned as he wrapped his arms possessively around her as she was his. Sakura put her hands on his chest as their eyes were shut as they continued to kiss one another. The two began to make love with one another, letting themselves be lost in their passion with each other. Kimimaro and Sakura hands roamed across their bodies as he guided her towards their bedroom and the bed. This was it. He laid her down on it as she looked on up at him as she was breathing hard, part of her worried while the other part of her was excited at what was happening right now. He gently brought his hand down and stroked her face. He reached down towards her shirt and looked at her and nodded at him, granting him permission, and he undid the button on it, exposing her bra. The two were shown on the bed, Sakura wearing her shorts and bra as Kimimaro had his arms wrapped around her, kissing and feasting on her body as his hands roamed across her figure. Sakura let out moans of passion, feeling his strong yet soft hands against her body, massaging her figure. She leaned and kissed him on his chest, where the cursed seal of earth used to be on his body. Sakura kissed him as they shared control, as both wanted the other to enjoy what they were doing. Sakura, her back to him, felt his hands and fingers against her bare flesh as he held her in place. She found it hard to believe that he would be so gentle with her, as he was the exact opposite of how he fought. Yet it seemed almost fitting to her that he would be in such a way while making love. Kimimaro looked on at her as she pulled back, entranced by her beauty. She was one of the most beautiful creatures he had ever seen or witnessed, as she was perfect in every way, it seemed, in his eyes. He wanted to be with her, make her happy, and wipe away her tears. Remove anything that could threaten her. Was this what love felt like? Sakura kissed Kimimaro, their bodies fitting against one another as they continued to make love, as her shorts were now gone and his shirt had been taken off as well, leaving him half naked. She did not ever suspect that she would be with someone like him, but she had seen the true him. He was fierce, protective, loyal, caring, and gentle. It was what she had first envisioned Sasuke would be, but put all thoughts of him out of her head, as the one with her right now was what mattered now to her as she sat on his lap. Kimimaro, shirtless, let out a soft cry as Sakura's lips went across his toned chest and abs, planting kisses on it as their clothing gradually disappeared, leaving them only in the bare flesh. The two continued to make love for several hours throughout the night, slowly coming to a beautiful climax. Sometime later, covered only by a blanket, Kimimaro stroked Sakura, who laid against his chest, a peaceful smile on her face. Stroking her back as they had made love for the very first time. Her smile grew as she slept, loving the feeling of his fingers against her back as they drew symbols on it. Sakura slept on as he looked on at her. Kissing her forehead softly, Kimimaro closed his eyes as well, joining her. Weeks later. Sakura was by herself in the bathroom, a pregnancy test on the counter. She had done everything the instructions had told her to do for it, and now it was time for the moment of truth. Sakura took a deep breath and examined it, looking on at the symbol on the device that would decide a whole lot of things. She looked on and her eyes widened a bit, and she turned and opened the door, coming out. "I am not pregnant," Sakura told Kimimaro as she held it up, and it showed the symbol for negative to him. She was not with child. "Are you sure?" "I am positive," Sakura said to him. "I've tested myself multiple times. I won't be giving birth anytime soon." Kimimaro nodded his head and hugged his wife. "I am happy. I did not want to bring a child into the world like this," he told her, as he didn't want it like that. Force her to give birth to a child like that against both their wills. Sakura hugged him back and nodded. She had dreams of being a mother before, but not like this. She wanted to wait a long time before she gave birth, certainly not while she was still a teenager. Kimimaro hugged her securely, letting her know that he would protect her from them. "I promise you I will find a way to get you out of here," he said to her, and Sakura nodded her head at him. "You won't be here any longer soon enough." Chapter 9. Seated in the cell by himself, Jugo looked on at Kimimaro, who stood there quietly with him in the room. The orange-haired boy watched on as the last of the Kaguya seemed deep in thought. Jugo curiously looked on at him, as he had rarely seen Kimimaro like this. A small bird was on his hand, and he allowed it to stay there as he looked on at his friend. "Where is Sakura, your wife?" Jugo asked as she wasn't with him. "She's getting ready to heal Tayuya's legs. She had to prepare herself today and make sure that she doesn't do anything wrong when she performs the job so she can restore them." Kimimaro responded to him, speaking at last. Jugo nodded his head at him in understanding. It was too bad she wasn't here with him today like before. He liked her and she helped him feel better and quell the madness inside of him. He allowed the bird on him to fly around listening to its song. Jugo had smashed a small hole in his cell wall, just enough for a tiny bird to fit through and join him. Jugo stroked the bird that nested on his hand gently as it chirped softly at him. He had covered the hole up when the others had come to give him food to hide it from them so they wouldn't notice it. Kimimaro stood there silently like a statue as he was standing there in thought. He had to find a way to get Sakura out of Otogakure and back to Konoha. But he didn't know how. If Orochimaru was gone on one of his trips to one of the other bases that he could take a chance at doing so and sneak her out of the place. But even though he was now bedridden most of the time due to his illness he could not risk anything with him here. It'd be the death of the both of them, no doubt, if he discovered them. Orochimaru knew how to keep people in so long as he was there, they would not be able to escape. Perhaps there was a barrier enshrined around the place that alerted him should someone leave. Kimimaro had been working on a way to get her out of here. Sakura wasn't pregnant as she had taken the test again just to make sure, but if he had sex with her again this time, she probably would be with child. He thought back to that night, to when they had made love that evening. Appearing in their room and seeing her as he was unsure of what he could do, but Sakura had made things easier that night. An image of the passion between them they had appeared in his mind of their bodies as one, his arms wrapped around her as she was seated on his lap, his lips trailing across her smooth skin, Sakura letting out moans of pleasure at the feeling of them as their clothes disappeared, rendering them naked as they continued to make love for some time, resulting in a beautiful climax between the both of them as they fell in each other's embrace afterwards. Kimimaro that night had felt more content in his life than he had ever before as he recalled Sakura's smiling face as they slept. "I am ready," her voice whispered, letting him know that she was okay with it. Kimimaro snapped out of it, a bit embarrassed that he had relived such images just now of what had happened between them in his mind. Feelings he had for her, not of less like Karen had for the Uchiha, but something else. Something that made his body feel warmer than even the sun's brightest rays could make his body feel. So this is what it feels to be in love, he said softly to himself, and a smile slowly grew on his face. He loved her, he was in love with Sakura Haruno. Jugo looked on at him and smiled, sensing his happiness. Happy for his friend to be with someone who would bring him joy in his life. Kimimaro knew that he would find a way to get his wife back to her home, and he would see Jugo also no longer had to be locked up and he could be cured. Scene change. 10:10. A voice said, and the bun-haired girl turned to look at her sensei. "You seem confused as of late and with less youthful spirit than you've usual had. You actually missed the bullseye twice in a row the other day," Mike Guy told his female student who stood looking out on Konoha. "No," he noted, as if she was looking out waiting for someone to see someone in Konoha. "Sorry, I've just had a bit on my mind lately." 10:10 replied to her sensei, who smiled at her. "Does it involve a certain boy with blonde hair who runs around trying to outrace the sun like Lee thought he could do?" he asked her. "Huh?" 10:10 said with a bit of a confused blush. "My student, you still have much to learn about me. I can tell just by your body posture everything I need to know about you and Naruto. You have developed feelings for the boy over the past time together spent with him, haven't you?" Guy asked her with a knowing smile. "Naruto?" 10:10 said in response. She and him had gotten close the past couple months, having helped each other out as she had gotten him out of the funk he had been in with Sakura being kidnapped. He was now gone as he had left a while back and hadn't been back for weeks now, and she had missed him, having gotten used to seeing him. She was unaware of the blush on her cheeks that Guy saw. "Yes, Naruto," he said with a knowing smile. "He is gone for now. Jiraiya has sent him away to train. After spending so much time together working with him, his absence is making your heart yearn for him. You may be a skilled kunoichi, my little 10:10, but you'll soon be a woman as well. Your body is maturing and developing as you're a year older than the others, along with Niji and Lee, and you're starting to look at people in a different manner now. With Naruto, you're starting to feel something towards him, with how much time you have spent with him, as it was rare to see you two apart anymore," he told her. "I almost wondered at times if my rival Kakashi switched him onto my team as a joke and thought about giving him Niji to get back at him," he said with a smile. "I didn't really notice we was," 10:10 said to him, and he smiled and put his hand on her shoulder, a knowing look in his eyes. "When he comes back, finished with his training, ask him out," he told her, and her eyes widened in surprise. Naruto's a fine young man who's worthy of your attention and affections. You've helped him a greater deal than you know, and he may not have gotten there if not for you. He told his pupil, who raised her brown eyes up at him and nodded at him. I have a feeling you two will be happy with each other. He told her and leapt off the tree, leaving her there. Ten standing there brought a hand to her chest on her heart, her face turning redder at the thought of the one who had made her feel this way. Scene change. There, Sakura said with a pant as she wiped her forehead, having finished what she had set out to do. I am all done, she told the girl lying on the bed in the room. I've healed your legs. The wounds and damage is gone now. She told her as she was exhausted yet proud of herself for what she had done. It was the first time she had done something like that without Tsunade guiding her in what to do. You did it. I can actually feel them for once. Kaguya said with a genuine smile on her face instead of a scowl as usual. It had taken Sakura over 3 hours, but she had done it, she had healed her legs. Kaguya looked on at her legs for the first time in 3 years, she could feel them again. She concentrated and wiggled her toes and saw them respond to them, and she smiled as she finally had regained feeling and motion in them at last. She scooted forward on the bed and set them down and tried to pull herself up, but when she did, as she tried to get up, she felt pain in them and stopped herself from doing so. It'll be a few weeks before you've recovered the strength in your legs to stand on them, and you'll have to relearn how to walk, as it'll take some time for you to fully get back to what you once was. As tempting as it sounds, you can't just expect to get up right away. Sakura advised her, as she couldn't just get up and run. She still had a lot to go through before she could. She had to relearn how to do it all over again, as Sakura brought her wheelchair over and Kaguya frowned at it but got in it. Thank you, Kaguya said the first time she had said such words to someone. I owe you a lot, Sakura. She said, calling her by her name. Just doing my job as a medic, Kaguya. Sakura told her with a smile to the redhead at what she had done. Heck, Kimimaro probably enjoys having you around as his personal nurse and medic. Kaguya said with a teasing smile to her, and Sakura blushed a bit over her teasing. You've been good for him, you know that? The bastard used to be all moody every day since Orochimaru had gotten the Uchiha as his new toy. We have a good relationship, the two of us. Sakura told her, thinking of her husband and thoughts of the night they had made love, and she blushed harder, feeling naughty for thinking of such things. I'll see you around. Take care. Kaguya said as she exited the room in the wheelchair, she will soon discard. Sakura let out a yawn as she was exhausted, but pride swelling up inside of her over what she had done. She now felt like she could heal any wound after restoring Kaguya's legs. You have at last done as I foretold. A voice said, and Sakura lifted her head up, looking on. Aya stood in the doorway. The old fortune-teller standing before Sakura. As always, she felt creeped out upon seeing her. She had spotted her a few times out of the corner of her eye or when walking through the compound or the village, but Aya had a way of disappearing when she wanted to not be seen. Sakura looked on as Aya entered the room, her presence filling it. She reached towards her pocket and pulled out coins and dropped them to the floor. Images appeared on them from before. The bone and the blossom shall be joined together and forge an army of soldiers for the snake. She said, repeating what she had told Sakura earlier. I've told you before, that won't happen. Sakura said in defiance. You are no longer a virgin, the leaf shall never take you back now. Aya told her. I went with him willingly, and I am not pregnant. Sakura responded to her. I won't be giving birth to a baby, not for quite some time. She told Aya, who narrowed her eyes at her. You shall give birth soon, and Orochimaru-sama shall have the first of a new generation of soldiers. She hissed at Sakura. If he doesn't cough up his heart first, with how sick he is. Sakura replied dryly to him. A minor passing, he'll soon be back at full power and have taken the Uchiha's body as his own. She said as she put her face right next to Sakura's. Nothing can stop what I have envisioned, child, for I have seen it. She said to her, and Sakura glared fiercely at her. A slinging sound was heard and Aya cried out, the old crone howling in pain, much to Sakura's surprise as she reached towards her back. Sakura looked on as she reached and pulled out a shuriken that had been thrown and lodged in her back, and she turned around at who had done it. "You," she said as she saw Tayuya in the doorway with shuriken in hand. "Didn't see this coming in your coins, did you old wrinkled bitch?" Tayuya threw another one, hitting her in the shoulder and making her stagger back. Tayuya threw the last ninja star, hitting Aya in the head, making her stumble to the open window. Aya fell out the window and plummeted to her death, hitting the ground with a hard thud as her life ended. Looking up at the sky, her eyes open in a mixture of shock and disbelief at what had happened. "I told you before, I may be in a wheelchair for now, but I am never helpless," Tayuya told Sakura, who looked on at her. "I see, and you'll be even more dangerous once your legs are functional," Sakura told her, as she was someone she didn't want to be an enemy. "I'll see you around," Tayuya said with a smile to her, and left Sakura, who went her own way as well. Scene change. Kimimaro walked through the forest area in Otogakure. He had been going to see Sakura and how she was doing when he had received a message. Kabuto was said to have wanted to meet him, giving him orders to meet him in the forests. Kabuto had spent constant hours by Orochimaru's side for the past couple of weeks, as the Sannin was bedridden almost all the time now with the sickness. All the experiments and drugs he had self-inflicted on himself seemed to be affecting him, as he was very ill. Orochimaru needed a body. Kimimaro could tell if he wanted to live. He was on guard in case of anything as he walked. As he made his way to the destination, he did not see Kabuto but Sasuke Uchiha standing there as if waiting for him. "Uchiha?" Kimimaro said in confusion upon seeing him standing there. "What are you doing here?" he said to Sasuke, who stood before him in the clearing. Sasuke looked on at him as the two stared at each other. "Are you the one who sent the message?" he asked him, and Sasuke smirked. "Orochimaru has no further use to you, you know that? I've heard him when he is not hacking his head off talk about how he's grown tired of you and seeks to remove you permanently," Sasuke said to him, and Kimimaro frowned. "Since when did you ever follow orders? Here or in Konoha?" he asked him, and Sasuke smirked in amusement. "No one can stop me from achieving what I desire," he told Kimimaro. "Konoha is a place full of fools, but there are a few here who can help me," Sasuke told Kimimaro. "And I am one of them?" Kimimaro asked dryly. "No, I've never liked you, you know that? I've disliked you the day I first met you in Oto. I remember that day, the day I floored you after you arrogantly believed to be superior to me," Kimimaro replied with a smirk, and a quick scowl crossed Sasuke's face. "It's time for me to cut loose my threads with this place, starting with you. He's all yours," Sasuke stated, and disappeared suddenly in a whirl of crows, as it was just a Bushin, and Kimimaro realized he was in an ambush as suddenly a powerful stream of water hit him, knocking him backwards and hitting a tree with a loud cracking sound from the impact of it. Kimimaro pulled himself up and looked and saw who had attacked him. The blue-haired figure who had an arrogant smirk on his face. "Suijutsu," Kimimaro said as the water ninja prepared another jutsu and fired at him. Kimimaro dodged it and rushed him, and a bone sword sprouted out of his arm and slashed at him. Suijutsu made no move as the attack approached him. The attack hit him but went right through him with ease, leaving no damage, much to Kimimaro's shock. "You should have known that your attacks won't work on me," Suijutsu taunted him and fired an orb of water at him, knocking him back. Kimimaro landed on his feet and glared at him, who smirked, showing sharp fawn-like teeth. Kimimaro fired drilling tips from his fingertips, but they passed right through his body. The Kaguyas are remarkable fighters in swordsmanship and hand-to-hand, but put them against a foe who's immune to physical attacks and they are helpless, Suijutsu said to him, and fired water bullets at him. Kimimaro brought his arms up to block them as they hit his skin, and Suijutsu cackled at him. Kimimaro reached out and pulled a bone club from his knee, taking the shape of a kanabo, and spun it and threw it at Suijutsu, which passed through him. It smashed into the tree behind him, cracking through it, and his eyes widened and he saw it tumble over to him, and he leapt out of the way in the nick of time. Kimimaro rushed Suijutsu, who was recovering, and grabbed him by the shirt and sprouting a bone knife stabbed it in his throat, but it turned to water going through it and out the other side. "That won't work either," Suigetsu said and opened his mouth and fired a burst of water hitting Kimimaro, knocking him back. He followed it up with another jutsu hitting him with more water knocking Kimimaro backwards sending streams and waves of water at him forcing him back and unable to defend himself or attack him. Suigetsu grinned seeing Kimimaro behind a pond and began hand symbols and Kimimaro charged him. He got it off in the nick of time and fired water that took the shape of a dragon which hit Kimimaro just before he got to him and the attack sent him flying backwards into the air to the pond. He landed in it with a splash and his body disappeared beneath it as he went under. And that's the end of the Kaguya. Suigetsu said with a smug smirk as he knew that due to his body structure Kimimaro would drown. What a hassle need to get something in me before I dry up. He said and turned and walked away. Sasuke had better have a good reason for picking me to do his dirty work and I expect to be well rewarded. He said with a grin showing his sharp teeth envisioning an infamous sword. The bubbles began to appear slower and slower when they stopped altogether. However, the pond began to change color as steam began to raise from it. The water turning a red color and glowing brighter. Huh? Suigetsu said as he smelled the steam and turned to look back. What's going on? He said in confusion as things were getting hot. He looked back and his eyes widened in shock as the water began to evaporate before his eyes. Boiling and turning into steam right before him as the water got lower. What? No way! He shouted looking on at the source. The water had dried up and slowly a person began to step up out of it. Clothed in an aura of fire that surrounded his body which had evaporated the water and dried it up, Kimimaro made his way up and stepped out onto the land. Stubborn bastard! Don't know when to just die. He shouted angrily and fired a water jutsu at him. The attack hit Kimimaro but it didn't affect him or stop his stride as he advanced towards the stunned Suigetsu who watched on. He sprouted a pair of bone swords from his arms and fire encircled around them. Spinning them overhead, he gave out a battle cry and fired a spinning wheel of fire at Suigetsu who dodged it in the nick of time before it incinerated him. Kimimaro rushed him his swords covered in fire and slashed at him and Suigetsu made his body turn to water as he felt it go through him, he could feel the heat emanating from them burning the air. Kimimaro spun them creating a constant hail of fire which would burn through all in its path. How? How did you survive? He said not understanding as he should be dead. Due to their added body structure and density of their bones, he should have drowned the moment he hit the water. I learned long ago how to deal with Shikatsu Miyaku's weakness. Water may douse fire, but fire can evaporate water into steam. Kimimaro said to him and fired several bone daggers that were on fire at him. Suigetsu summoned water in front of him to stop them, but the heat of them burned through it turning into steam and almost hit his face. Kimimaro attacked with his swords on fire against Suigetsu whose attacks now were being made useless. Kimimaro spun and swung his inflamed swords making the place much hotter and moisture in the air was evaporating. Suigetsu fired a ball of water at him but it dried up and turned to steam before it hit Kimimaro. Kimimaro fired a fire jutsu firing a tiger made out of flame at him and Suigetsu created a barrier to block it but Kimimaro then appeared past it and slashed at him just nearly cutting off his head if he hadn't used his powers. Suigetsu backed up trying to avoid his attacks as Kimimaro stalked him like a lion towards its prey. Using fire to rob the air of any moisture and weaken his attacks. Kimimaro dodged his desperate attempt at firing a jutsu and charged him and swung at him and his fist connected with his face staggering him and making him fall backwards. Suigetsu saw him standing there and had put the flames on his swords out. Snarling, he prepared a powerful jutsu to wash him away. Only for something to grab him by the arm. He looked and saw the tree he was next to its branch had turned into a hand and had grasped his arm preventing him from doing it. The grasper grabbed him by the arm and another did as well. Let go of me! Suigetsu shouted as he struggled to get loose, but they held him tight against the back of the tree. Stupid trees! He shouted in fury. He lifted his head and saw Kimimaro rushing him and a bone knife sprouted out of his waist and he stabbed Suigetsu right in the throat. Who turned his neck into water so it got stuck there but leaving him not affected by it as it pierced into the bark. You fool, you know that won't work on me. He taunted him. Give it 5 or so minutes. Kimimaro told him and made it so it stuck into his throat and the tree. What are you doing? Suigetsu said, not understanding. I know all about your body's modifications and special ability. The more you use your jutsu and chakra, the quicker your body dries up and returns you to normal. As you need a constant source of water to do it. Kimimaro said, staring him in the eye. Due to expanding so much against me, you sealed your doom, as you can't use them now. In 5 minutes or so you'll be dead. He told him and began to turn around. What? Suigetsu shouted in shock. Let me go. Get this knife out of my neck. He said, starting to panic as his body was drying up, and once his neck returned to normal, the knife that was embedded in it would pierce through it and kill him. Kimimaro ignored him, not paying attention to him as he began to walk away. Why, you can't do this? You can't let me die like this. Take it out. He shouted as he struggled, but to no avail, as the grasper's grip was too strong and he was unable to change his body so he could slip away by turning them into water. You can't do this. Come back here. Free me. Kimimaro did not listen to anyone of Suigetsu's frantic pleas, as he would soon die. Orochimaru, Sasuke, what are you doing? He said as he had been set up by one of them to be killed. He looked back and saw Otogakure in the distance. He had to go back there to discover the truth about what had happened and to take Sakura and announce his resignation from them as he was leaving. He broke into a run and began to make his way back there as time was of the essence. Kimimaro heard a death scream later on from where Suigetsu was at, but paid it no attention. Chapter 10. Something felt off, Sakura knew as she walked around the compound. It was just her, which was odd. Almost always there was sound, ninjas going through on patrol or standing guard over the rooms. But it was empty, there was no one here except for her. Something doesn't feel right. Sakura muttered as she looked on, as it had been hours since Tayuya had killed Aya. Sakura had gone back to her in Kimimaro's home and was a little surprised to not find him there. She had thought nothing of it at first, but as the time passed on she couldn't help but feel a gnawing pit in her stomach at his absence. As if something was happening right now that she couldn't understand. With the way the place seemed deserted like a ghost town, she felt as if something was about to happen very soon. Maybe I am thinking too much into things. Sakura said to herself. I am sure he'll be back soon. She assured herself, knowing that Kimimaro was more than likely fine right now and had nothing to worry about. I suppose I should check and see if Kabuto has restocked on penicillin like I am asked him to. She said, and went to go the room where medical supplies was kept at. She reached to the door and turned the door handle to open it when she suddenly sniffed something. A foul odor that was coming from the room. Through her years of training with Tsunade, she quickly deduced what it was. Gas. She leapt backwards as green gas poured out of the room, narrowly dodging it. Channeling chakra, she smacked the palms of her hands together, making a wind gust which blew it away. Sakura looked on at it. If she had inhaled that could have been serious trouble for her. That was supposed to kill you. A voice said, and Sakura turned her head and looked off to the side. Karen. She said, anger in her voice as she looked on at the redhead who glared at her. Ive hated you the moment Ive laid eyes on you, Miss Perfect, who is hailed even by the fools here as an angel who brings relief on the battlefield. Karen said to her. The feeling's mutual, I hate you as well. Sakura said to her, who scoffed. Jealous that I took Sasuke-kun? You can have him, Sakura said to her. He's your problem now, for all I care. He can treat you the same way he's treated everyone else and be miserable and unhappy with the bastard for all I care. How dare you talk about him that way? Karen shouted at her in fury. He is a bastard, Sakura responded. He's ditched and betrayed me and the others at Konoha, as he has no loyalty to anyone but himself, and if you stick with him he'll likely betray you as well. She said to the glasses-wearing girl. Apparently you inherited the Kaguya's barbaric stupidity due to Kimimaro betting you, and he's not here to protect you now. Sakura glared at Karen as she got into a stance. I don't need him to protect me from trash like you, she said, preparing herself as this was going to be a battle to the death between the two of them. Karen ran at Sakura and pulled out a kunai and slashed at her with Sakura dodged. She avoided and dodged the next slashes and swings aimed at her and pulled out a scalpel and slashed at Karen's arm, cutting through the sleeve of her shirt, just missing the flesh. Karen attacked her and Sakura blocked it and overpowered her and kicked her in the stomach, knocking her back. Sakura charged her, preparing a fist, channeling her chakra into it when Karen disappeared, replaced with a copy that exploded, and Sakura quickly brought a barrier up to protect herself. Karen charged her from behind when Sakura threw a smoke bomb down, disappearing. Karen stopped and lifted her kunai up and blocked Sakura's attack, surprising the pink-haired girl that she knew where she was coming. You know I can detect your chakra and know where you are and when you're going to attack, right? She said with a smug smirk. Sakura responded by head-butting her, making her tumble backwards, clutching her skull. Detect that? Sakura replied to her. Karen let out a cry of fury and threw shuriken at her, which she covered herself up as they hit her, some leaving cuts on her skin. Karen then took advantage and opened her mouth and spewed out poison gas, hitting Sakura. She grinned as Sakura was consumed by it. And that's that, Karen said with a laugh. However, footsteps were heard and she saw Sakura step out of it perfectly unharmed. What? How? She said in disbelief. You really think I didn't learn anything at all from Tsunade or even the likes of Kabuto? Sakura told her as the gas had no effect whatsoever. When I threw the smoke bomb down, I took that time to drink an antidote that I created by studying Lady Chiyo's and Sasori's poison to make me resistant to all of them, Sakura said to her, and Karen snarled at her and charged her, throwing punches and kicks at her. Sakura dodged and avoided her attacks, having worked out with Kimimaro having improved them dodging and blocking her attacks. They almost seemed to be going in half speed to her as she avoided them with little trouble. Karen threw a fist at her and Sakura grabbed it and twisted it, pinning it against her back, snapping it as she had her done to one knee. I've dislocated your arm, Sakura informed her. Yield, don't make me break it, she said as she added pressure to it. Karen glared at her in defiance and smirked, suddenly brought her other arm up and formed a symbol, and they began to glow, preparing a jutsu. Sakura realized what was happening too late as there was an explosion covering the two of them in it. Sakura landed on her back, covered in cuts and bruises from the attack. Groaning, she pulled herself up and looked on as Karen had healed herself, having purposely done the attack to wound them so she could restore herself. There is nothing you can do to stop me, Karen taunted her with a smug smile. You will soon die. There is something I can do, Sakura told her. What's that? Hyakuga no Jutsu, Sakura shouted, and her body began to glow, much to Karen's surprise. What? What's going on? Karen said, not understanding. Sakura's body was covered in a glow and her wound and cuts healed, restoring them all, much to her disbelief. Sakura was bathed in it and it began to concentrate on her forehead where the chakra focused at. Her forehead began to glow a green color and slowly a mark began to appear on it. Sakura opened her eyes as she felt it course through her body, strengthening her and empowering her as it flowed through her body, as she had unlocked Tsunade's greatest power and Suzusaye having mastered it at last. Impossible! Karen shouted in shock and disbelief at the jewel mark on her forehead as she knew what it meant. No one but Tsunade herself can, no one except her and me, Sakura stated, and rushed and threw a fist which hit Karen right in the jaw and made her head snap sideways, breaking her neck from the force and impact of the blow as she fell to the ground. Sakura looked on and saw that she was dead. She let out a sigh at what had happened. I have to get out of here, I must find Kimimaro and escape, she said as she wasn't going to leave without him. She now had the power to escape her as she had stored it for so long and could finally use it. But even though she could now likely escape, she would not leave without her husband. She ran through the building, going through it as fast as she could, using her chakra to propel herself. She had expected someone to appear, most likely Kabuto, to show up during and after the commotion from the fight, but no one ever did. But she didn't let that bother her as she made her way. She stopped however when she spotted someone standing there before her, blocking her path and escape as he was in her way. Sasuke, she said, looking on at him as he stood before her, his sword hung over his shoulder. Sasuke emotionlessly looked on at her, not even seeming to notice the jewel mark on her forehead. Despite his casual stance, she could tell something was off. "What have you done?" she said to him. "Orochimaru is dead, Kabuto is dead," Sasuke told her, and her eyes widened in shock at what he just said to her. "I slew Orochimaru when he was ill, and I cut down Kabuto when he discovered me standing over his corpse. They are dead, and sound has no meaning to me anymore," he told Sakura, who stared at him. "I am leaving, I have nothing left here. There's no point in me staying in this place anymore. I plan on taking those I can use, such as that freak in the dungeons, and have them help me with my goal." "Where will you go?" Sakura asked him. "To find my brother, discover the truth for what he did, and kill him at last," Sasuke replied to her. "Don't think about and attempt to try and persuade me to not go, it'll work as well as last time. I killed Karen," she told him, and Sasuke dismissed her death as irrelevant and a non-factor. "I told her not to do anything rash or stupid, as she was going to accompany me as I had use of her abilities. Other than that, she was little more than a bed warmer though, but I am in need of a medic since you killed her," he told her. "Join me, come with me. And maybe after I've slain my brother, I'll let you carry my child," he said, offering to her. "This is it, isn't it? What you wanted all your life? What you dreamed of? To be with me? Come with me, and I'll make your dream come true," he said, enticing her with what he had desired, she believed. Sakura looked on at him, at what he was offering her, before she stood her ground. For a moment, she saw an older version of herself with him and was tempted to say yes. But as she looked at the image of it, she saw that she wasn't happy in the picture, as if although she was with Sasuke like she had dreamed of as a genin, it wasn't what she thought it would be. Another image, one of a white-haired figure, appeared in her mind, replacing the image, and she saw herself and him with a baby girl. The two happily looking down at their daughter with love in their eyes to her, and at each other. That image was more pleasing to her than the one with Sasuke, and one she wanted to have. She lifted her head and glared at him as she got into a battle stance. "You refuse me?" he said, surprised. "Sasuke Uchiha," she told him. "For your crimes as a missing nin of Konohagakure, the Hidden Leaf Village, I, Sakura Haruno, sentence you to die," she said as she pulled out a kunai in one hand and a scalpel in another. "So you made your choice. Fine then," Sasuke said as she brought his sword forward. "Itachi obtained his Mangekyo Sharingan when he killed Shisui, perhaps I'll obtain mine after I have killed you." Sasuke fired lightning from his sword at her, and Sakura avoided it and charged him and slashed at him with the scalpel that was glowing. Sasuke blocked it with his sword, and she attacked with her kunai in hand. Sasuke leapt back from it, avoiding it, and saw that she had left a small cut on his skin from it. Turning to look at her, he activated his Sharingan using it. "I am more powerful than you ever believed I could be, Uchiha," Sakura told him, and he sneered at her. Sasuke lunged at her, swinging his sword, which was longer than her weapons, at her, forcing Sakura on the defensive, dodging his attacks and strikes. Sasuke drove her back, but Sakura showed no signs of worry on her face as she dodged them. Fire enshrouded his sword and he slashed at her, and she leapt over it and kicked him in the face, making him jerk backwards. "Ah, did I hit your pretty face?" Sakura taunted him as she had left a bruise mark. Markings covered Sasuke's appearance as he activated the cursed seal and attacked again as he used its power, drawing on it and forcefully extracting chakra to use. Sakura carefully dodged them as one misstep and she was a goner. She blocked and dodged them as he swung at her, and she suddenly disappeared, replaced with a log. "You're still using academy tricks?" Sasuke said in disbelief that she used the Kawarimi against him. He heard a snapping sound and turned and saw that she had pulled a pillar from the building up and was carrying it effortlessly. She chucked it at him, looking to crush him underneath it. However, lighting surrounded Sasuke and he slammed the hilt of his sword, shattering it to her surprise, and he concentrated and fired a blast of lightning right at her. The blast hit her and knocked her backwards, crashing through the wall into another hallway. Groaning, she reached at her head and saw Sasuke leaping up, preparing to kill her now that she was immobilized. Only for a pair of bone swords to appear before her and block the attack, stopping it. "Kimimaro!" Sakura shouted, seeing him. Kimimaro had returned and had blocked the attack and kicked Sasuke away. Sasuke landed on his feet, looking on at the two. "Your plan to have me killed failed, Sasuke," Kimimaro told him as he stood over her, protecting her. "Your master is dead, dog," Sasuke told him. "Then you did me the favor of killing him. I was just on my way back to kill him, and you as well," Kimimaro responded as the two enemies glared at one another. "He is no longer my master, as I am free." "I have no master anymore." "Free?" Sasuke said and smirked at him. "You're not free. You got yourself a different master, I can tell," Sasuke said, his eyes mentioning to Sakura, who pulled herself up and glared at him. "Quite intent to follow her around like the lost puppy you are until she gets bored of you. Then you'll just attach yourself to another person and repeat the process," he said with a sneer. "Uchiha, die!" Kimimaro said and rushed him, and his bone swords became inflamed as he attacked Sasuke, as only one clan would still be alive at the end of the day. Weapon clanged against weapon as the two fought one another, hatred in each other's eyes. The two slashed and swung at each other as they collided like two titans in battle. Sakura, as she recovered, watched on as she was the sole witness to the fight. They slashed, countered, parried, and fought against each other, exchanging blows and techniques against one another, the two survivors. Kimimaro spun his swords and threw a wheel of fire at him, which Sasuke blocked with a barrier. Sasuke retaliated by slashing at him with his sword covered in electricity, and Kimimaro sprouted swords out of his ribcage to take the hit and stop it. "You never could defeat me, Sasuke, not in hand-to-hand or in weapons," Kimimaro shouted as he fired multiple bones at him. Sasuke deflected them, batting them away with his sword. "Then I'll just need to defeat you in another way," Sasuke responded and summoned a snake, which fired acid at him from its mouth. Sakura quickly acted fast and summoned a barrier to stop it. Kimimaro summoned his own snake, which fired acid of its own at Sasuke, who dodged it. He then charged at Sasuke, who rushed him, and they re-engaged in battle. Sasuke glared at Kimimaro as they were at a deadlock between them, neither backing down from the other, their blades locked together as the test of strength happened between them. Kimimaro stoically stared ahead at him and began to push him back, overpowering him to Sasuke's surprise. Pushing him back and gaining the advantage, which would leave Sasuke open to a fatal blow. Sasuke's Sharingan eyes glowed at him, engulfing him, and Kimimaro found himself disappearing. "Kimimaro!" Sakura's voice could faintly be heard in his ears. Kimimaro suddenly found himself in a different place. He looked and saw several dead bodies as the area was filled with chaos and battle. He watched on as he saw the dead, and he recognized them as he studied them. His clan. This was the day they fought Mist and had been wiped out, except for him, who had run away from the battle. The day all his kin were killed in combat. Although there was several dead enemy ninjas as well, the Kaguyas were defeated. He looked on at them as he studied their pained faces and expressions. The numerous dead loitering the ground before him. He began to walk amongst them carefully, making sure not to step on them as he looked on as he saw the bodies of men and women, yet Kimimaro's expression didn't change at all even when he saw his father's body. He remained stone-faced as he looked on at the dead. "Is this all?" he asked, and brought his hands forward together and shattered the genjutsu, bringing him back. Sasuke staggered backwards, a look of disbelief on his face at the fact that nothing had happened to him. "Why? Why didn't it work?" Sasuke said, not understanding. He had just witnessed his clan dying, but he had appeared unaffected by it whatsoever. He should be broken by seeing them dead. "Mist wiped out your entire line. Every single one of them. Why are you not affected by it?" Kimimaro opened his eyes and gave his answer. "I moved on from my clan's destruction. I recall their deaths every day," Kimimaro told him. "But I have not let it consume me, unlike your own. I know that I will never see my clan ever again, that they are gone forever, and there's nothing I can do that will bring them back, as I am the final one." But I have left that part of my life behind while you still dwell on it. I pity you for never letting go of the past. He said to his surprise. Scars wounds they may last even for years Sasuke, but they eventually go away. He said to the stunned Uchiha. Sasuke snarled at him in fury as it didn't work and his words. Yes, they do go away, he admitted. But only so new ones can appear. He shouted and lunged at him, no at Sakura. If that won't work, then maybe killing her will. He was suddenly grabbed and Sasuke was tackled to the ground and picked up and thrown against the wall. Kimimaro and Sakura looked on at who had done it and they recognized the person even though he was transformed Kimimaro. Jugo shouted as he had broken free of his cell. Sensing his friend's life in danger, he had battered the cage bars like they were nothing and broke free rushing to his aid. Jugo in his transformed state roared and charged Sasuke intent on killing him. Sasuke dodged his attacks and slashed at him but Jugo did not feel the hit. You won't hurt my friends. Kimimaro and Sakura won't be harmed by you. He shouted at Sasuke and grasped him by the head and lifted him up and squeezed down preparing to crush his head like a grape holding him off the ground. Sasuke suddenly pulled out a hidden knife and slashed him across the eye blinding him in it and forcing him to drop him. Sasuke then hit him with a fire attack, knocking Jugo back. Sakura suddenly appeared and kicked him in the side knocking him away crashing through a wall as the whole compound was being torn apart due to the battle. Sasuke emerged from it and an aura surrounded him as his eyes had madness in them. You miserable pathetic fools! He shouted at them in fury and slashed at Sakura and she narrowly dodged it. She stomped her foot on the ground to create a tremor but it didn't affect him or he ignored it as he fired bolts of lightning at her. Sakura leapt to dodge them but one hit her and another did and they wrapped around her binding her. Kimimaro lashed out at Sasuke and they engaged in battle again fighting one another. Kimimaro's body was covered in flames as he attacked him. He deflected Sasuke's lighting attacks and attacked him back their swords swung against one another as Kimimaro swung at him. Sasuke suddenly changed forms fully activating the cursed seal and became covered with them and struck Kimimaro and followed it up with a powerful jutsu firing a hawk made out of electricity that hit him and knocked him through a wall. No! Sakura shouted as she watched him disappear and fearing the worst. Sasuke slowly turned around to notice her. Seeing her Sasuke focused and began to channel his chakra preparing an attack. Sasuke began to charge the Chidori as she watched on hearing the familiar bird chirping noise. She struggled against what was holding her trying to get loose as she saw him, now you die. He shouted as he fired the move at her leaving her with no attempt to block or dodge it. Jugo took the hit, the Chidori tearing through his body yet he knew he did it with no regrets. Having sprung to take it and protect her from it. Jugo! Kimimaro having made it back shouted eyes in horror as he watched it hit him. Sakura gasped in shock as his body was torn apart by it as he hit the ground, not moving. Kimimaro charged Sasuke and drop-kicked him away and made it to Jugo. Kimimaro Sakura. Are you okay? He asked them. Be quiet, you need to keep up your strength. You alive? Kimimaro told him. Kimimaro. You're my best friend. He told him. I'll always remember that my friend Jugo said to Kimimaro who looked shocked as he saw his wounds and that he was dying. I hope Indiana the next life there's plenty of birds and other animals for me to play with. He said as his eyes began to shut. I'll see you there. My friend. He said as he passed away. Kimimaro seeing his sacrifice shut his eyes in pain and then stood up and pulled out multiple weapons at once out of his body. Sasuke, you will not live past this day. He shouted and rushed him wielding multiple bone weapons and slashed at him attacking them with him filled with rage and fury over the death of his friend. Sasuke blocked and dodged them as Kimimaro had been driven to madness by him killing Jugo, but his attacks were off as anger guided them instead of clearness like before thus giving Sasuke openings to attack. Sakura looked on as she watched the fight and knew she had to do something to help Kimimaro at this rate, he may lose against Sasuke. She looked and spotted something nearby. Her scalpel was nearby and Sasuke was too focused on fighting Kimimaro to notice her. Sakura saw it and grasped it. Her eyes stealing in resolve as she channeled chakra into it, and it glowed as she pulled herself up. Sasuke and Kimimaro continued their battle, fighting like demons against one another as they fought to the death. Cut and wounds on each person's body there was, but each only would not stop until the other was dead. If I knew killing that freak would grieve you, I'd kill him sooner. His name is Jugo. Kimimaro shouted at him as he slashed at him, looking to take his head clean off. Sasuke dodged it and summoned a giant snake which slammed into Kimimaro, pinning him in the floor and bit down hard on him, causing him to cry out in pain. He stabbed it in the head, causing it to cry out, and escaped it only to be hit hard by Sasuke's sword, making him lose his own swords as he crashed to the ground. Kimimaro struggled to pull himself up as Sasuke approached him, coldness in his eyes. Now you die. Sasuke shouted and brought his sword back, poised to finish him and drive the Kaguyas to extinction. The arm holding the sword suddenly fell to the ground as it had been cut off, still clutching the weapon. Sasuke looked at it, a mixture of shock and horror in his eyes at what just happened as he saw that Sakura with the scalpel in hand had cut right through the flesh and bone, cutting it off. He didn't have time to react or say anything to her as Kimimaro plunged his sword into Sasuke's abdomen. Sasuke let out a gurgled sound, unable to form words, and coughed up blood as he felt life slipping away from him right now, to his disbelief. He saw Sakura staring at him with dispassion, showing him the same look he had shown her. He tried to form words and plead for her to save him, but no voice escaped him and her merciless green eyes bore right into him. He found himself staring at Kimimaro, who backed up and took his weapon in both hands overhead, ready to deliver the killing blow that he could not do anything to stop. May no one ever remember you or your family existed. Kimimaro told him. With a great cry, he slashed through Sasuke's throat with one swing of his blade, leaving a great line as blood poured out of his death blow. The light in Sasuke's eyes faded away as he fell down to his knees, standing on them for a long moment, and then fell over face down in the dirt, thus ending his life and the Uchiha clan. Kimimaro fell to his knees after killing him, and seeing his wife grabbed her as she ran towards him, and the two embraced each other in their arms. I thought I was going to lose you, Sakura said as she hugged him, her head buried in his shoulder. Tears on the verge of falling out which she allowed. I'll never leave you, not in this life or the next one, Kimimaro said to her, clutching Sakura. Hold still, Sakura said, and held her hands above the both of them, and a glow encircled them and their wounds and injuries faded away. She hugged him again, tightly, not wanting to ever let go of her husband. The one she wanted to spend the rest of her life with. He made her happy and feel loved. I love you, she whispered, saying the words for the first time. I love you as well, Kimimaro said to her. And like I said on the day we was wed, if anyone, even Shinigami himself, tries to take you away from me, I will kill him for daring to do so, he promised her, and Sakura smiled at him. The two leaned over and kissed deeply and passionate in each other's arms. Kimimaro pulled away from her. It's not over, there's something we have to do, he told her, and Sakura nodded at him. Almost all of the inhabitants of Otogakure had gathered in the streets. They had heard the sounds of battle and the explosions coming from the compound, yet none had dared to venture forth and investigate what was going on there. Ninja and civilian looked on, not sure what to do. Tayuya in her wheelchair looked on as well, watching what was happening. When Kimimaro and Sakura appeared on the steps to it, standing there in front of them, they realized that something had happened. That the Sannin and his men were dead. Orochimaru is dead, Sakura called out to them, and their eyes widened, and there were murmurs in the crowd at what they just heard. Kimimaro then spoke up. Kabuto is dead, Sasuke Uchiha is dead, he shouted out so that their voices could be heard. The mass group of people looked on, most in shock and disbelief over the fact that Orochimaru, Kabuto and Sasuke were now dead. Some had no clue what to do, as all their lives from before had been serving him for all their lives until they died. The two looked on at the wide throng of people, some starting to get into fights and brawls. Looks of confusion evident on their faces over what had happened with the news that Orochimaru had been slain. Quiet, quiet! Kimimaro called out to them, and his voice made them stop what they were doing. Kimimaro and Sakura looked on at them all. All eyes on the two survivors. Listen, listen. Kimimaro said to them. We're not puppets. We're not slaves. We're not tools to be discarded. He shouted at them. All that Orochimaru has told us and made us to believe to be is a lie from his tongue that he told us every day. We're human beings, not weapons for someone else to use as they see fit. Not tools that people believe that they can use and then discard once they are bored with you as if you don't feel anything. We can make our own choices and lives now. He said to them, all his voice heard all around the village as they looked on. You can do what you wish now. You can be farmers. Be a ninja. Sculptors, blacksmiths. Whatever you desire, you can now achieve. Raise your own families, do what you wish, now no one else has the right to tell you what to do. Not Orochimaru, not Kabuto, not even myself. He said to them. We have a chance for once in our lives to make our own decisions. One sound mean stepped forward and drew out his sword that he had, which had a hilt of a snake's mouth on it, and held it in front of him. All looked on at him. Since he had become a ninja of Otogakure, all he had been told was to murder and destroy Orochimaru's enemies and do what the snake Sannin had told him with no question. He now had a choice at what he could do now for the first time in his life. He of his own free will dropped the blade as it clanged to the ground. He then bent to one knee before Kimimaro and bowed his head. The Otokage! He claimed suddenly. Two more stepped forward and bent down as well. The Otokage! The Otokage! They shouted, pronouncing their loyalty to him. More and more did so as well, taking off their masks, showing their faces and dropping their weapons, those in attendance who watched on bent to one knee. Until everyone, man and woman, had done so and was chanting. The Otokage! The Otokage! The Otokage! The Otokage! The Otokage! They shouted hundreds of voices as one as they announced what they wished to do now. Kimimaro looked on at them as they chanted in unison, and Sakura grasped his hand in hers tightly, and he looked at her and she nodded her head at him, letting him know what they wanted. He would be the Nidame Otokage, and both he and his wife together would guide the Hidden Sound village to a new future. One better than anyone could dream of it being. Chapter 11. Hatake Kakashi looked on at the two figures seated across from him, trying to put the puzzle together of what had happened recently and the developments from it. Pain, the Akatsuki leader, had come to Konoha and had attacked, nearly leveling the place single-handedly by himself, and Kakashi himself had died due to overexpanding himself and crossing over to the next world, where he met his father, as it looked like this was the end of the Hidden Leaf Village. Only for Naruto, who was with him now, to make his grand return, having completed his training and engage Pain in battle. It had had a titanic battle between them, and in the end Naruto had won, defeating him in battle. But he did not deliver the finishing blow to him, instead sparing him. Pain, after being defeated, made amends and sacrificed his life so that himself and others could return to the land of the living, but at a great cost. Konoha had been badly damaged, and Tsunade was in a coma and unknown if she would ever come out of it. And then the following day afterwards, banners of the land of Sound Otogakure were spotted, bringing back many of their fears that Orochimaru, who was heavily rumored to be dead, was alive and had come to attack Konoha at its weakest state, with many believing they would not survive if he attacked, as 200 sound ninjas had appeared and were marching on Konoha's doors. But the attack didn't come, and it was not Orochimaru who led them. Instead, it was two people, one of them Kakashi, nor anyone in Konoha had not expected to see. The leader of the Land of Sound, taking the title of Otokage now, was Kimimaro Kaguya, who Naruto and Rock Lee as well had remembered fighting, and with him, to the shock of many, was Kakashi's lost student Sakura Haruno. Many tears were had and smiles were on faces upon seeing the pink-haired girl who had come back home at last after several months. Overjoyed to see her again, her friends and family were having rushed her and embraced her. Kimimaro had brought much lumber and tools from Otogakure and gave his men orders to help fix the village, surprising them, as Oto had not come to attack like it was feared and dreaded, but to give them much needed aid. The turn of events was shocking, as Oto and Leaf had been enemies for years, not since Orochimaru had attacked and Sarutobi at the cost of his own life had beat him back. For them to come and give them aid that they desperately needed was unbelievable. Naruto and Kakashi had wanted to speak to her, but she said she would only talk to them if Kimimaro was with them. Reluctantly, Kakashi had agreed to it, and here they were. What has happened? Kakashi said to the two across from him. Where is Orochimaru? Are the rumors true? He is dead. Kimimaro confirmed to him and Naruto, as they had heard rumors of chaos and sound, with some saying the snake Sannin had met his end. I can't believe it, the creep finally got his. Naruto said and broke out into a smile. Kabuto is dead as well, Sakura said to them, and that came as a surprise as well. I now rule Otogakure. I have been chosen by them to lead and have taken leadership of sound. Kimimaro told them. I see. Kakashi said to them as he noticed Sakura was close with Kimimaro. Too close, in fact, in his eyes. Sakura. Naruto spoke up and looked on at his best friend. What about Sasuke, where is he? He asked her. Sakura took a long breath, knowing that this wasn't going to be easy to tell them about what had happened to him, the fate of their teammate. He is dead. Kimimaro spoke up, saying it for her, and that shocked them. What? Naruto exclaimed in shock and disbelief upon hearing the news. How? I killed him. Kimimaro said plainly, and that rocked their very bodies. You did? Kakashi stated as it knocked the wind out of him. You killed Sasuke. Why? Naruto asked, looking on, his body trembling. Why'd you kill him? He said in an angry tone of voice. Kimimaro looked over at him and still saw the same foolish boy from 3 years ago. He was a rabid dog. He was a threat to everyone around him and a danger to all others. I had to kill him. You could have just knocked him out. Naruto exclaimed. And bring him and make him stand trial here. Kimimaro looked over at him in disgust. He nearly killed my wife. He shouted, which surprised them as this was the first time he raised his voice. He tried to kill her. And myself as well, and he murdered my best friend. Nothing mattered to him anymore, only power. He was the one who slew Orochimaru and Kabuto. He attacked us and tried to have us murdered. Would you stand by as he tried to kill the one you loved? He asked the two, and Sakura took his hand in hers. The Uchiha was a threat to everyone, as he had gone mad and was a rabid animal. He was willing to slaughter everyone who was in his path in his mad quest. I had to kill him, as it was either that or let him kill me and the woman I love. I killed him and would have done it again if I had the chance. He said to them. You wish to be Hokage? He asked Naruto, who slowly nodded. Then you must realize that you can't ignore and allow a threat to happen right before your eyes and do nothing at all to stop it. He said to him. Naruto looked on at him and went to say something when Sakura spoke up, defusing the situation. Kimimaro, it's all right. It's hard for them to understand, as we were once almost like a family. Sakura told him, and he looked at her and he calmed down. Sakura turned to look at Naruto, who had some of the wind taken out of his sails after the Kaguya's outburst. Naruto, I am sorry, but he's right. Sasuke had been driven mad and gone past the point of no return, as he was a psychopath. I know I made you promise, but I shouldn't have made you do it if I'd known Sasuke was going to turn out that way. I saw him and he was too far gone. Maybe in death he can find peace at last. She told him, and Naruto looked downtrodden at how Sasuke had become. Sakura. Kakashi said to her. You've been through a lot these past months, haven't you? What happened? He said and looked on at the mark on her forehead. You've gotten stronger than even me. I feel now that you have unlocked Tsunade's greatest technique. He said to her, looking on at the jewel mark that had granted Sakura the strength of over 100 and boosted her healing abilities by triple. She had gone to Tsunade's bed and helped with the process, and many were more confident that she would soon come out of her coma thanks to Sakura's abilities. Could have used your help when pain appeared before I got here. Naruto said to her, and she smiled at the blonde. Naruto, we've all changed, some for the better, others had for the worst. Otogakure wants an alliance with Konoha. She told them. Sound has changed as well, they aren't the faceless enemies we saw them as. There's good people there who only fought for the wrong person. Many of them there I gladly called friend, the same way I call you and others here friend. She said to them. That is one of the reasons why we came here to work with you. Kimimaro said to them. I'd come here offering an alliance between our villages. Kakashi looked at him silently as he read him. Kimimaro returned his stare as he was not someone who'd be easily pushed around. Why is it that we should listen to your offer? He asked him. My men are already set on rebuilding Konoha without our aid. It'll take months, a year even for Konoha to rebuild and restore itself with the damage that has happened. With our aid that'll happen in a fraction of a time. Kimimaro pointed out, and Kakashi nodded as they were a great boon to them and were greatly appreciated. But we are not slaves. Many of us in Oto all our lives have been forced to serve Orochimaru for all our lives until the day death claimed us. We will not be subservient to Konoha or the Leaf or anyone else again. We are our own people with our own desires and goals now. We shall work with you but as equals. He said to him. We are free now, and we will fight and die then become a slave again. We will govern our lands and boundaries in exchange. We shall aid you whenever you require it. That is my terms. Kakashi was quiet. The decision would not be up to me, it'd be up to the Hokage and the council to decide what to do. I am sorry that Sasuke slew your friend and tried to kill your wife, and can see that you killed him in self-defense. His wife was able to hold her own against Sasuke. Sakura told them. Where is she? Is she helping with the rebuilding? Naruto asked, having finally calmed down a bit since the news of Sasuke dying. You're looking at her. Sakura said to them, and Three Eyes widened to shock at her words. What? Naruto shouted in disbelief at what he just heard. Sakura. You're married? He said to them. Sakura and Kimimaro went into detail about how Orochimaru had put them in an arranged marriage that neither wanted at first. How the wedding had gone, Kimimaro vowing to not hurt her or allow anyone to hurt her while she was in sound. Sakura telling them of the rivalry between Kimimaro and Sasuke, who had hated each other. Orochimaru having gotten sicker and weaker as time went on, which Naruto remembered happening when he and Tenten encountered them. And how they slowly began to develop feelings for each other and fell in love. That was the reason Kimimaro killed Sasuke, cause he was going to try and kill her, and Kimimaro would not allow that to happen. They told Kakashi and Naruto about the fight against him and how afterwards the entire Sound Village unanimously proclaimed the last of the Kaguyas the Otogakure who they would follow. In that time, Kimimaro working together with Sakura had fixed it up, finding the Fuma clan and bringing them back, and finding the crystal Kekkei Genkai wielder Guren and having her help them. Sakura Kakashi asked her, having taken the news. Do you love him? He asked, making sure nothing had happened to her, that this wasn't a case of Stockholm syndrome she had developed. Yes. Sakura replied to him instantly, with no hesitation. I love Kimimaro-sensei. True love, not what I thought I had towards Sasuke. I love him and want to be with him. Kimimaro is the one who I want to spend the rest of my life with. She said honestly and truthfully. Kakashi looked on over at Kimimaro as the two clutched hands. Do you love her? Yes, and I will protect Sakura from anything that will bring her harm and will never hurt her. You forget that when a Kaguya marries they take a vow to protect their love from all, and I have done so as I protected her from Orochimaru Kabuto and other threats, and I will continue to do so. Even if the god of death tries, I'd tell him to go screw himself and cut him down. You will protect Sakura. And make and keep her happy. Kakashi said to him, and there was just a hint of a threat that Kimimaro detected. I've done away with and destroyed many of Orochimaru's experiments that he had done. His body was properly burned along with the others. His legacy will be forgotten soon, in years' time in the past, and be nothing more than a dark memory. It's a new day for the land of sound and us. I seek to rebuild it and forge a new path for it. He told them, who looked on at him. Like I said, it'd be up to the council and Tsunade or whoever takes her spot if she's unable to continue if we'd agree to an alliance with you. This is surprising but not unwelcome that you'd come to our aid when we needed it. Kakashi replied to him again, as he could see the benefits of allying with the hidden sound now. For now I think we should take a break. Sakura, I know your family and friends want to see you. But I'd keep your marriage a secret from them until later. He told her, and she nodded. A few minutes later Naruto stood outside looking on as Konoha with the aid of the sound ninjas under the orders of a redhead he and Shikamaru remembered 3 years ago. He watched as Sakura was reuniting with her family while Kimimaro looked on at her as tears fell out of her and her mother and father's eyes over their daughter returning and coming back. He thought of Jiraiya. The Toad Sannin was gone. He had sacrificed himself in an attempt to stop and stall pain and gave Konoha a message to strengthen his defenses in his last moments. He missed him, but knew he had done him proud. He watched on silently at the reconstruction that was going on, Kimimaro's words in his head about how he had killed Sasuke. Would Naruto have done the same thing? He had vowed to bring Sasuke back home, but was Sasuke really that far off the deep end? He had tried to kill Sakura, and if Naruto was there, he had a feeling he would have killed him as well if he had tried to do so. Maybe he was right, maybe he was a bit foolish in thinking that Sasuke would just return to normal. He knew back when he saw him in grass that Sasuke was unhinged and was willing to kill them if he had to. But he had ignored it. "Hey," a voice said, and he turned his head and saw Tenten walking towards him. "You're not in a celebratory mood like I thought now that Sakura's back," she said to him. "Hi Tenten, sorry, it's just there's a bit on my mind right now," he said to the bun-haired girl. "A lot just happened since yesterday." "You're the triumphant hero, aren't you?" Tenten asked him with a smirk, trying to brighten the mood, as even though he had bested pain yesterday and Sakura had come back today, something seemed to be bothering him. "Did you lose all your celebratory spirit or something?" Naruto let out a sigh. "I guess I can't hide anything from you after these past months together. Sasuke is dead," he told her, and Tenten's eyes widened a bit, but she nodded her head. "He tried a while back to kill Sakura, but he was cut down by that Kaguya guy who now rules Oto. And now I am wondering to myself if I could have done the same thing and go back on my promise," he said to her. Tenten walked over and put her hand in his, surprising him a bit. "Naruto, that's the thing about promises, sometimes you have to realize that some aren't worth or are impossible to keep. I could promise you I'd hit the moon with a shuriken. You really think I could keep that promise?" she asked him. "You try too hard, you know that? Let others help carry burdens for a change. You should have realized what you was getting into, and know that some things you just can't keep," she said to him, and Naruto looked on at her. "Sakura did come back like you promised, so that's one thing you can say you kept, that you wouldn't give up until she was back with Konoha, and now she is." Naruto looked on at her. The past month, he had been training, unlocking Sage Mode with the Toads. Undergoing intense training where one misstep could result in him becoming a statue for all time. He had returned after completing it and feeling that much more powerful, had rushed back to Konoha, sensing something big was going on, and fought against Pain, who had decimated most of it. He had defeated him at the end, as it had took all he had to beat him, but did not kill him, feeling it would be pointless, and Pain had resurrected many who had died before passing on. Naruto, after recovering and helping Konoha rebuild, was going to march on Otogakure and free Sakura from Orochimaru himself, only for her to show up the very next day with them. "Move it, you worthless pineapple-haired jackass." The redhead known as Tayuya was heard shouting at Shikamaru, yelling at him to help rebuild, as he muttered under his breath at how she was back like a bad nightmare. Naruto and Tenten allowed a smile as both Leaf and Sound were working together in restoring Konoha. An image that seemed like one that would never happen. "Tenten," Naruto said, and gently took both her hands in his, surprising her. "I am going to make another promise," he said, and Tenten looked at him skeptically. "Something I feel that I need to do, so I don't make the same mistakes from before. I promise that from this day forth I won't make any ridiculous things that I can't keep. That I'll realize that I can't burden it all by myself and be willing to accept help from others such as yourself, Kakashi, and those who I know I can count on. That's what I want to do from this point forward," as Kimimaro was right with what he told me. Tenten looked on at him and nodded, and Naruto smiled at her as blue stared into brown. "And I think I need to do this as well," he said, and leaned forward. Tenten gasped and her eyes widened at the feeling of the contact of his on her own, before softly closing her eyes at the feeling she was experiencing. Sakura from afar, who had been looking for him, watched on and smiled as Naruto had found someone to be with. She felt a pair of arms wrap around her from behind and stared up at her husband's face, who smiled back at her and kissed her as well. With Otogakure's help, Konoha was soon restored and rebuilt, the damage done by pain undone as peace was had and restored. Konan, who now ruled Amigakure, which had been Akatsuki's hideout, had also offered an allegiance with them to make up for her role in what had happened. Kimimaro is shown looking on. Sakura is with him as he meets with others as he delegated. While many were dismissive and mistrustful of him for what his clan had been before, he did not back down from them as he was intent on letting his Insound's voice be heard. Tsunade soon recovered as well thanks to Sakura's healing efforts, and she was stunned to see that her student also had the similar mark that she had, as she had learned everything she could teach her. Perhaps soon she would surpass her. However, the newfound peace between them would soon be tested. Scene change. 1 month later. Kimimaro stood on Sakura with him, and he took her in his arms, embracing her, as all their struggles and trials were finally over with at last. A ninja who had claimed to be the founder of the Uchihas, Madara Uchiha, had appeared bent on domination as he revealed himself to be the true leader of Akatsuki, and set to take over all using the tailed beasts. With the remnants of Akatsuki, he plundered Pain's body and stole his Rinnegan eyes while the Akatsuki member Deidara faced Konan, and she defeated him, but not before Madara could escape with what he sought, as he made his motives known of what he planned to do. He also killed the plotting Dasno, ripping out his hidden Sharingan eye, and with the exception of Sai took control of Root, adding them to his forces. Seeing the magnitude of the threat, all 5 villages were forced to put aside past grudges and join together. The Hidden Sound village, led by Kimimaro, also joined the battle, as well as a 4th shinobi war broke out, with the fate of many hanging in the balance. It was a great and terrible battle against Madara and his army that he had tens of thousands of clones of the Akatsuki member Zetsu, as well as unleashing and using Geto to let loose with attacks from the Bijou he had captured. In the end, after a long hard-fought battle, it had come down to Naruto and Madara had prepared to kill him and take the 9 tails and fulfill his plan. But Itachi, Uchiha Sasuke's brother, who had vanished off the face of the earth for some time, had suddenly reappeared and, activating his own Sharingan, intercepted and blocked his attack, giving Naruto an opening to deliver the finishing blow to him. Why Itachi did it nobody knew, as he took his secrets and reasons with him to the grave, as he died shortly afterwards, succumbing to some unknown illness and extorting his body. Yet Naruto felt as if this was something he wanted to do, as he died peacefully. Just who was he? Naruto asked about Madara as he looked on, and he felt Konan touch his shoulder. He wasn't Madara, just someone who claimed to be. He mentioned as the man had different aliases, as Madara wasn't who he really was. Just a man who could never come to grips with his past. Maybe now at the end he finally can. She told him, and he nodded at her as the battle was over and they had won. He looked on as people celebrated their victory. Even Tayuya and Gaara allowing a true smile to show. Naruto looked on and saw Kakashi, who smiled at his student. Kakashi had been elected to become the Rokudaime of Konoha after Tsunade had stepped down. He smiled at Tenten as well, who smiled back at him. Everything is finally over. All our trials and battles. It's reached its end. Sakura said as she looked on, as they celebrated, as she looked on with her husband, as both had taken part in it. Kimimaro nodded at her, and they heard a sound and looked and spotted above them, flying overhead, a white hawk flying into the rising sun. It flew alone in the sky, the first animal seen since the battle. Looking at it, the two knew it represented everything that had transpired. And it also represented the beginning of a new age in the land. A land of hope. White hawk, fly far and free. Kimimaro said to it as they looked on as it flew overhead. Fly. Fly without limits or boundaries. Chapter 12. The Hidden Sound village is shown, but unlike the way it had been long ago under the reign of Orochimaru, it was a whole new different place and setting. People are shown walking around at peace, going about their daily business as they go. Unlike before, they show no fear as they went about their lives. The place had changed as it had grown and was peaceful and prosperous under the guidance of the Otokage who had led it over the past 10 years. Oto had doubled in size as more people came to the young village. Merchants from around the land had come to sell their wares and set up shop as people looked on at the bazaar as they viewed them with interest. Elsewhere, sound shinobi are shown teaching and instructing the next batch of ninjas. Unlike before, where they had been told to fight or die, they instructed them and helped with their weaknesses and showing them the proper way instead of leaving them to fend for themselves. No. The redhead shouted at the group before her, some younger than 8 years old. Hold your dang kunai like this, Tayuya, having to remind herself of how young they was and couldn't curse like she usually did. There, that's better. Tayuya told them as they were getting the hang of it. Looking on at the class she was teaching, Tayuya watched on as she instructed them in the basics of gripping and throwing. Later on at break, she took a sip of tea and looked at her watch. Guess I'll see if he wants to do something freaking special now that we're off. She muttered and got up and exited the room. There you are, asshole. She called out to the person who calmly stood against the wall. I am off, you're off. What the hell do you want to do? She asked the shades-wearing Leaf Jonan who stood there silently, and she snorted. Fine, I'll decide. If you wasn't great in bed, I'd probably not even bothered to ever learn your name, you know that? She told him, and he allowed a small chuckle to escape him, used to her antics and attitude, knowing it was her way telling him she was happy he had came here to visit her. Shino Aburame took Tayuya by the hand, and the two went on going through the building as they made their way. Looking on out a window at from the compound that he lived in, the night Otogakure watched on as Otogakure had flourished over the years due to its relationship with Konoha. The two countries along with Rain ruled under Konen and Suna ruled by Gaara, having established a relationship with each other and working together for the benefit of all. Kimimaro Kaguya watched on as the people went about their lives. Looking on at them, he heard a noise and turned, and he grinned as he saw a pink-haired woman enter the room, having returned from the hospital done for the day. The woman he had been married to for over 10 years, Sakura Haruno, or now Kaguya by marriage, his beloved wife, told him, and she walked over and kissed him, and he returned it gently. How was your day? She asked him playfully, removing his hat, letting his white hair fall out. Good. Dealt with some forms about a farmer in the village asking for recruits to help tend his fields since his back is acting up due to age, and also making sure that the Fuma clan don't go overboard with their target practice they have. He told Sakura, and she smiled at him. My day went good as well. I was busy with checking the new antidote we're working on, and once it's finished, we'll be able to administer and make it accessible. Tsunade is checking it as well, and she's in favor of it also. Kimimaro looked on at Sakura, the two still having the same feelings of love for one another that they had the same day when they won their freedom. He noticed that someone wasn't with her, someone who entered their lives a while back, bringing even more joy to their blissful lives. Where is she? He asked, referring to a certain someone, and Sakura smiled at him. At the usual place. She's there again. She's almost rooted to that spot. Sakura told Kimimaro, and he smiled as well, as he wasn't surprised that she would be there. Naruto, Tenten and Yusuke will be here tomorrow. She told him, and he nodded, as he already knew. The Hokage Naruto, his wife and their son would be coming here to visit tomorrow and meet them. Naruto and Tenten had been married as well, the boy inheriting his mother's accuracy with weapons and his father's youthful wildness. I hope she and Yusuke get along better than the time we was at Konoha 3 months ago. Of course you're partly to blame for what happened. She teased him. Not my fault. She listened to me when I suggested to her if Ichi got too close for comfort and was annoying her to dump his ramen in the trash. Kimimaro replied, and Sakura giggled, recalling the incident that had happened. Naruto had taken his son's side over his loss, while Tenten had struggled not to laugh, knowing how much ramen meant to the both of them. Sakura had almost thought they would go to war over what had happened with what their daughter had done. Kimimaro wrapped his arms around Sakura, who smiled back at him as Jade stared into emerald eyes. The two looked on out over the village, which was their home, sound a part of her as much as the leaf was now. She contacted and talked to her friends and family every day, making sure to hear from them and talk and hear about what they were going through. Kakashi was proud of her with all she had done and achieved. Ino was her best friend still, and Sakura with her new abilities after the reunion had snapped a tree in two and told her that could happen to her if she made remarks about her forehead again. All in all, things had turned out not exactly the way she had expected when she was little, but she wouldn't trade it for anything in the world as she was in arms of the man she loved. Scene change. Naruto kissed Tenten softly as he met her as he returned from a meeting with the council and talking via long distance with Gaara and Suna, who was with his wife Hinata. Where's Yusuke? He asked her, looking around for their son, who he half expected to have tackled him the moment he stepped in through the door, as he always did. He's in timeout. I caught him with something he wasn't supposed to have and not allowed to be with any of his friends until I discuss something with you. She said and held out a certain orange book, and Naruto's eyes widened a bit at what she had in her hand. Mind telling me how I found this under his bed today? She asked him with a smirk. I swear Tenten-chan, I gave up that stuff when we got married. Naruto said to her, holding his arms up in front of him in defense. Kakashi's the one who writes that stuff anymore. He must have left it here the other day he came over. Yeah, right. Tenten said to him, the weapons master who had Samahata, the famed seven swordsman weapon hanging on the wall, who had her hair down her back as she rarely had it in buns anymore. Though I suppose after reading it myself, me and you could try the positions and techniques in page 162. That does sound interesting to try out. She said with a wink to him, and he blushed deeply at her, and she turned and walked away, swaying her hips teasingly at him with a smile. Naruto watched her go and was tempted to chase after her when he spotted his son's door and, approaching it, opened it and peered inside. A young boy with messy blonde hair laid on the bed on his belly. Toys and ninja and training knickknacks he had laid scattered on the room as it was a mess. Naruto smiled and went in and walked over to his son, who was taking a nap, careful not to stub his feet on anything. Yusukuro Uzumaki laid asleep on the bed, drooling slightly, causing his father to smile at the sight as it reminded him of how he used to sleep. He reached over and wiped his mouth as the boy snored softly. Smiling, Naruto kissed Yusukuro gently on the cheek, looking on at his son. The boy moaned softly and yawned before turning his head over, and Naruto smiled at how adorable he looked. He heard a soft noise and saw Tenten mentioning to him to come here, and he quietly walked over to his wife and shut the door, letting their son sleep in peace. Change. Kimimaro stroked Sakura's back softly as the two looked on as they continued to watch on at the hidden sound village. Watching on at the future the two of them had built together with their own hands. As it had become more than even what they had thought it would become. Giran, the last wielder of the crystal Kekkei Genkai, was spotted walking with a now adult Yukimaru. The foul air of Orochimaru that had been synonymous with Otogakure for so long was gone. All symbols and markings of his work was gone. The two smiled as they watched on, and Kimimaro tilted her head up, staring at her as she looked on at him with love in her eyes at her husband, which he returned to her. He kissed her on the lips and Sakura returned it as they shared a passionate kiss with one another, saying no words as they let their hearts say all that needed to be said between them. A young girl 5 years of age with light strawberry pink hair sat on the bench in the woods outside the village as a pair of rabbits and squirrels nestled up next to her, and she patted and played with them, and a robin landed on her shoulder and she smiled and stroked its head gently as it chirped softly, feeling her touch. The girl also had a pair of red dots on her forehead as well, the symbol and gene of the Kaguya clan that she had been born with. She came here nearly every day and played with the animals. Her father and mother telling her this was a special place. The place was where Kimimaro had buried and laid to rest Jugo after he sacrificed himself to save Sakura. Laying his best friend and burying him there. The place had become a haven for animals that nestled there as nothing disturbed them. Even deer was seen at the place. It had been said by some of the inhabitants of Oto that every now and then one of them would believe that they saw an orange-haired boy seated there on the bench as the animals would be with him, but when they looked again he'd be gone as if he hadn't been there at all. She had thought she had seen him sometimes, but never could see him twice in the same place. The young girl stroked a rabbit's fur softly as it twitches its nose up at her. She had been told by her parents that the Hokage of Konoha and his wife, who was the head weapons instructor, and their son would be coming to visit tomorrow and to be on her best behavior. There was talk as well her grandma and grandpa would be visiting soon, and she was hoping she would see them as they doted on her, and she loved them as well. Just as long as she didn't have to stay with that weirdo in green with the strange eyebrows, and his son who already had them as well. The girl sat there looking on as she had her arms laying out before her. Suddenly, she began to feel a tingling sensation in her right arm. Confused, she looked at it as she felt like something was pricking, but not into it but out of it, the way she felt like. She reached towards where the spot was and pinched it and felt like something was wanting to come out. Curiosity getting the better of her, she grasped it and began to pull. Her green eyes widened at what she saw coming out of her skin. It looked like a bone as she pulled it out of her arm, as it was half a foot long. She held it as it gleamed before her, and the point looked sharp. She looked on at it in surprise, wondering how that happened. She put it against her arm and pushed and saw it go back in. Shocked and excited at what she just saw and happened, Midori Kaguya got up and ran to show her mother and father what she could now do. Don't forget to like and subscribe to my channel if you haven't already. There is also a link in the description to my Patreon. It has Naruto fanfiction that cannot be posted on YouTube. There is some free content on there. So, you don't have to be a paying member to enjoy listening to excellent fanfiction.